All right. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Corner of Thoughts podcast, episode 2. I am Pervy Fat Man.
And I am Phoenix Otaku.
Yeah. So let's dive right into it. Start with a little bit of anime talk. We're halfway through the winter 2016 season, and I gotta say, so far, it's currently best contender. It's a contender for best season so far.
Right now, it's the only contender. But no, definitely off to a lot better start than last year's winter season.
Yeah, we definitely have a lot more better shows this season that have come out as opposed to last year. There was some good stuff from winter of last year, but not as much as this year's. There's so many good and unique anime that have come out for this winter season.
Not only that, but there's a lot more total anime that came out this winter than last winter.
Yeah. So we'll start with, of course, the bad. There's some bad shows out there right now. One of them being Divine Gates. Now, I've already dropped this show, but I consistently see to where it's not doing very well. It's actually driven off a huge portion of the people watching it, and Funimation is currently dubbing it along with the show coming out. And I've heard that the dub it's not good. Let's put it that way. With how the story is written in Divine Gate, the dub really can't save it, is what I've been hearing.
No, it's just like Funimation to pick a bad show.
Which is unfortunate because that means that show's just gonna tank for them, unfortunately. Speaking of another show that's bad, I don't know if we can call it bad, but it's not really going much of anywhere. Is Schwarzmarken? It's the prequel to Move Love, and
I need to start that still.
it's okay. It's really not going much of anywhere yet. For 5 episodes, I'm actually surprised. We've had some battles, but there's just this whole story that gets mixed in about a guy finding his long lost sister, and it's like, can't we just get it like Move Love, where the East and West Germans are fighting one another, but they're also fighting like the beta aliens, and not have like that side story?
Who knows?
There's been couple. Those so far are the two shows that I actually had kind of a legitimate problem with, because I dropped one and I'm still watching another to see if it actually will go somewhere. So hopefully Schwarzmarken will improve and it will continue to get better. If not, I don't know. With Divine Gates, I'm not sure.
I'll tell you one bad show that I'm watching. And if it wasn't a 4-minute short, I would have dropped it by now. And it's that new Maho Shoujo show that's out.
Which one would that be?
The Nate Moidesu.
Oh, yeah. I've heard about that. It's only a short show, really?
Yep, it's only 4 minutes, and thank God, because it is terrible.
Huh, that's unfortunate. Sometimes short shows don't really come across very well for it being. You can't progress if it's a short show, but short shows should mostly be kind of comedy, because you really can't do a serious base show with 4 minutes each episode.
Yeah.
But speaking of short shows and moving on from the bad to the good, Galco-chan or Galco-san.
Galco.
It's fantastic show. So still, I mean, I just watched this week's episode before I actually started getting everything ready for the live cast tonight. Pretty good episode. I mean, when they asked the question how their lips look, and that's what they compare to like their genitalia. Is that like an actual thing? I found that to be pretty funny. It was, I mean, the show for 7.5 minutes, including the opening, and the ED. It's really funny. It's kept my attention. But yeah, they continually. The show has been better and better each week. It's just something that, like, if there's a short show you should watch for this season, it is the show, because I think even if you don't like short anime, this show will make you kind of get into watching shorter shows. Because this is, I think, what a shorter show should kind of be. It's perfect amount of time. It's about 8 minutes. It'd be like 8 minutes an episode, and it's full of comedy. Literally, I think you can do a comedy show like that, because especially if it's like a 4 coma, it would work that way. But if it's anything other than, a comedy, because short shows really work well with comedy, because they say their joke and they immediately get to the punchline. With being if you have a serious show, there's like, you can't build a story in like 8 minutes and then move on to the next episode. That's physically impossible. That's why most serious shows that have like a really good story are 24 to like 23 and a half to 24 minutes long, and they have like 12 to 24 episodes. Okay, so on from the short shows.
Well, I still have one short show. Because you're forgetting about your waifu, Chie Satonaka.
Yeah, I have yet to watch the show, and I really need to watch the show.
Oh, yes, Sanwa Shinsuke.
Uyasan wa Shinsuke.
Otherwise known as the landlord is in puberty.
The landlord is Chie. Let's put it that way. Yeah.
Well, if you want, I'll give you one of those guest pass that Crunchyroll keeps selling me once the series is finished, and you can just marathon it in one day if you want.
Oh yeah, trust me, I'll knock that out, no problem. I mean, if you're having Chie Satonaka as like a landlord who's like a small, adorable girl, you've got me hooked already.
It'll literally take you 24 minutes to get through the entire series.
Yeah. 12 episodes at like what, 4 minutes, right?
2 minutes.
2 minutes. I mean, that's a testament right there. It's a comedy show. It's meant to be funny, and they get their point across in 2 minutes in every episode.
Yeah. Or lack thereof.
But yeah, so another show that's been really good this season, and we're at the halfway point. I just watched the newest episode today, Assassination Classroom.
Is it only going to be 12 this season?
I believe so, but I'm not sure, because I think Mal has it, or My Anime List has it listed as 12, but I'm not sure if they're gonna go beyond that. I have no idea.
Huh.
I don't know if we're catching up to the manga too quickly with the show. That's the question.
Yeah.
Because I know we're up to like what, volume, I think 8 here in the States. So they're like 4 or 5 volumes ahead of us in Japan, I think. Something like that.
So then they should have just held it back.
Yeah.
And released it during the summer or something.
Well, if you think about that, they have the 24 episodes for the first season, and then the 12 episodes for this season. That's 36 episodes of that, almost 50. I mean, if they really were willing to do more, if they were waiting, if they're going to wait for the manga, and that's why they're only doing 12, then I say that's a good call because then you could release season 3 and just do 12 more episodes. Because so far it seems like the manga isn't planning to end anytime soon. So you could literally just keep going with Assassination Classroom. You could turn it into a show that can be put on. I hate to say it, but it's a show that would probably do really well on Toonami.
Yeah.
Because it's a really like interesting show with how the story goes and everything, and you find yourself rooting for Class E, and then you have because I mean Funimation's already dubbing season 2. They're working their way through. I think they have the first 3 episodes out for season 2 already. I'm not too sure on that because they were a bit behind this season for their live dub or whatever it was.
Yeah, they're always behind like 6 weeks for the broadcast dub.
Yeah, because it took till like middle of the season to start all their broadcast dubs. Yeah, but I just watched the most recent episode today. It was actually very good. It was a good episode. It because literally right where we are now, we're oh god, what did they say? Was it like 3? It was like no, it was like 3 months or something like that till like Koro Sensei like destroys the world. I mean, figuring the plot twist for that, I kind of figure he's not going to do that. He just wanted to turn these kids into like good human beings.
Maybe.
I kind of feel that's the plot twist, but maybe he will. Maybe he will try to destroy the world and they stop him. I don't know. Because that's the one good. That's a good thing about Assassination Classroom. It always keeps you guessing. Like you don't know what's gonna happen next. You don't know what's gonna happen in the future. You don't know if these kids are gonna fail at their job or if they're gonna succeed, or if Koro Sensei's actually not doing it. He was just joking with everybody, or really, yeah.
I honestly think that would be a cop-out ending if that happened.
Yeah, I know, but I just kind of feel like that would probably be like an ending of like to where everybody's happy, no one dies, because you really don't. Because there's like nobody in this show that dies. I mean, they get the crap beat out of them, but they don't die. They end up arrested or again have the crap beat out of them.
Yeah.
Like the principal of the school has shown us. God, that guy is such an asshole. Because they had it was episode I think 6 that came out this week. So episode 5 they had the sports day festival to where they had to where E class was just pretty much far superior to the rest of the school because they had been training to assassinate this alien or squid creature that can travel at like the speed of sound. Or like I think that's what it was, right? The speed of sound.
I think.
So they're like yeah.
I'm behind on that show.
Yeah, because like then they had the sports day festival and they end up like in the challenge against the res like class A to like the pole topping contest, which was a lot of fun. Even though class A continues to cheat and nobody will call them out on their shit because they're too afraid. But yeah, Assassination Class has been really good. Funimation started the live dub of it already. So, and I know for a fact that the dub of Assassination Classroom was actually pretty good, so it should be just about the same as before.
That's how I watched the entire first season.
Mm-hmm. No.
Watched it in dub.
Another one that's been really good this season has been Gate. I praised the show all season long, and it has been fantastic. Goodness. Really good. I haven't watched the newest episode yet. It just came out today, so um, like last couple weeks has just been great. Them trying to slay the fire dragon and all the political intrigue that's going on and possible war happening, and then getting to meet Rory's sister, which was really funny to show that Rory is the far superior of the two because she has the backing of the JSDF with her. And how everything has been working with the character interactions, and just like the music of this show is really good too. It sets the tone for each scene, and just everything that's going on. The show is grade A. It's been grade A good. Like this is one of my shows for this season that I have enjoyed more than anything else. This is one show that I look forward to every single week to watch. Like this, the Gashi Kashi, Erased, and Assassination Classroom are like the good. It's like my Thursday pretty much. I think that's when they come out as Thursday if I remember. It's either Thursday or Friday. I think it's Thursday.
For
But
what?
oh yeah, talking about I was talking about how the how oh god, I just lost my train of thought. Oh, I was talking about how good Gate was, and like with when Gate comes out, Dagashi Kashi comes out, and then you have Erased come out, and it's just really good that all these shows come out like I think the same day, if not like a
Well,
day after another.
Takashi comes out on Thursday, but we get it here on Friday.
Yeah, it's
If you want to pay Funimation.
yeah, it's super good. It's been fantastic, and I'm still keeping my fingers crossed that somebody will pick it up and bring it out here. Hint, hint, Sentai.
Well, Sentai probably make their announcements for their stuff at a Katsucon.
Yeah. Speaking of which, since we're on anime topic, everyone at Katsucon, be safe. I heard that there was a fire today in the maid cafe, and everyone had to be like evacuated. There's a small fire that took care of it, and everyone's back inside. Everything's back to normal, but everyone just be safe out there.
Okay, if it happened in the maid cafe, then who let the high priestess cook? For anyone who understands that Persona reference.
Damn it, Yukiko. This is why your social link is so low. But and since we're on the topic of anime, super quick happy birthday to Erica Mendez. It's her birthday today. Go bug her on Twitter. Tell her happy birthday. So, at Soon Erica, which was very cool because having a new feature for birthdays on Twitter, they like throw a bunch of animated balloons on screen. It's really cool. But anyways, back to anime. Of course, again, I mentioned it before. Dagashi Kashi.
Best show of this year.
This show has been super good every week. Like the last couple weeks has been fantastic. It's so much fun. Like last week's episode, it was so good.
Because I'm an episode behind.
No, I can't talk about it because it's such a good episode. It's so funny. Like they have like this thing about powdered ramune in there, which I had no idea was an actual thing.
Mm-hmm.
And they have like a whole little thing about his dad and his dad being like a professional YouTuber. It's pretty funny.
My God.
It's literally what it was. It was pretty funny. It was a good episode this week, and unfortunately this week there is no episode, so we won't get episode 6 until next week.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know why there's no episodes this week. Unless the only thing I can think of is that there's probably something on TV that's causing it to be pushed back to next week,
Is it all
or
anime or is it just Funimation?
I think it's just the Gashikashi because I think it. I don't. I've only heard that it's the Gashikashi so far. So I'm guessing it's the channel that it airs on pushed back, pushed it to like next week or whatever because there's something important on or like a sporting event of some sort or that the people who are doing it I think feel or behind probably. That's the only two things I could really think of.
Sadly, it would be the Kashikashi.
Yeah, but we will get episode 6 next week, so that's the good thing to look forward to.
Yep.
I mean, the show's been good. It features best girl of the season in Hotaru,
Yes. And an
and
unhateable cast.
yeah, and really, again, yeah, like we brought up last time, it's really an unhateable cast. Everybody in here is super funny. It's really good. The voice acting's been great. Like just how everything works. Funimation has started dubbing this. I think they only put episode 1 and 2 out so far for the dub.
More than
Uh,
likely.
I heard a small clip of it. It's not bad, but not really
Could
sure
be better.
on. I'm not really sure about Todd Havercorn playing Coconuts. I'm not really too sure on that. I mean, It seems like more of a Josh Greeley character, really. For those that don't know, voice of Armin from Attack on Titan dub. Really seems like that kind of character, but it's I don't know. Like I said, I'll just have to rewatch the show, which I'll have no problem doing. But I'll have to rewatch it in dub to see how everything works out. Because I was kind of iffy on it because I saw that the voices of Hotaru and Saya are two people who've done nothing but like supporting like background roles where they haven't really been like the heads of anything. And like the one major show that they've both been in has been Seven Deadly Sins, and that's on Netflix. So
And by the way, one good thing about this show is there is no Tyson Reinhardt involvement.
there we
That's,
go. Yeah,
that's the one thing I look up every single time I see a show from Funimation is getting a dub. And if it is, if he's involved in it, ain't watching it.
indeed.
At least
But
in dub, anyway.
yeah. But the so the got so we've had Assassination Classroom, Gates, the Gashikashi. Gotta go with this because I just watched the most recent episode today. Been my favorite anime, personal favorite anime of the season, Erased. Man, how much do I love this show? Holy crap, it's so good. And this week, the episode was ended on another fucking cliffhanger. I was ready to flip my fucking laptop when I
Well,
saw that it ended.
they gotta keep viewers for next week.
Yeah. Oh, it's so good. Just everything that's happened in this show and then the last two episodes. Holy crap, these last two episodes have just been like episode 5 was just everything's fine. Oh yeah, by the way, here's a knife in your fucking like heart right at the end of the fucking episode. Or like right in the middle to the end of the episode for episode 5 was just taking a knife to the heart and just having like twisting it. Like holy shit, what the hell just happened? And then like episode 6 this week, it leaves on a cliffhanger of everything that's going on in the show, and it leaves you with just like this impudent rage of, I want my next episode, please. Oh God, it's been such a good show. The voice acting's been great. The music has been fantastic in the show. It sets every scene, and the pacing of the show is perfect. From just everything that's happened from episode 1 until now, episode 6. I'm super impressed with this show. This may be the first show of the year that gets a 10 from me, depending on how the show ends. Love the show to death. If you guys have not seen this yet, go watch this. It's from A1 Pictures called Erased or Boku Ma. It's like Bokumachi, I think is the short term for it. Boku ga Inai Machi, that's what it is for the Japanese version. And I know Aniplex has this, and Aniplex, I've had my issues with you. Please bring this show out here. I will throw down money for this show.
You wanting Aniplex to bring out a show ain't gonna happen.
We'll get to that later when we get to the news segment. I'll have my beef there. I'll have my SmackDown beef there.
Anyone who follows me on Twitter already knows my beef with Aniplex.
Yeah.
Or that goes to cons with us knows my beef with it.
Yeah. So, yeah. So far, winter has been a lot better than 2015 season, and I am blown away with how good this season has been compared to the 2015 season. It's fantastic, and I actually kind of do look forward to the spring season. I believe that's what's next, if I remember.
Yes, spring.
Okay.
JoJo's.
Yeah. Oh yes, JoJo's Part 4. I can't wait for that. That's gonna be amazing. Cannot wait because JoJo's Part 4 is gonna be hype as shit during spring, man. But until then, that spring, and until then, it's been winter 2016 anime. Super good season so far. Can't wait to see the rest of the episodes and see how everything ends. Oh, so good. But, of course, as we're talking anime, another important festival has happened in Japan.
One that we will hopefully be going to next year, at least for the summer one anyway.
Hopefully. Fingers crossed if everything works. Wanfest happened this year. Winter Wanfest just happened. And so far, we've had some very, very good figures come out of the woodwork.
But pretty much, hold on. For those that don't know about Wanfest, it's pretty much the figure convention of the world.
It's literally where people, the figure companies that actually produce figures and put them out, go off to and Garage Kids. They go there to like debut figures, like say, hey, these are coming out here soon. These are the ones that we're making currently. You know, these will be out this time. These will be out that time.
And if you are a figure collector like the two of us, it is the most rage-inducing time because you can just watch your money just going down the sink with each figure that gets released.
Yeah, because it'll be literally the thing of, I'm not going to buy any more figures online. I'm just going to wait until like conventions and just buy my figures through there. And then Wanfest happens and you see this and you're just ready to be Fry from Futurama and just tell them, shut up and take my money. So I'm so glad that Wanfest is such a huge thing over Twitter because I've seen so many good figures. We got to see I saw one really good Sonico figure to where she's wearing this one piece kind of maidish outfit and she has like ears on her head and a unicorn horn, so she's obviously representing the New Day.
Ooh. Get out.
I mean, she's been. Yeah, this figure is actually really good. I think it's pretty big too. I think it's like a 1/6, because most Sonico figures are like really beautiful and well done, and they're expensive as shit. Unless you buy like Sega Prize Sonico figures, which are still really well done and not that expensive. That was one I saw that I really thought was cool. I'm like, I'll keep my eye out for that.
The two that caught my eye were the full-scale Hotaru figure,
yeah,
and the Nendroid.
Yeah, so Hotaru from Dagashi Kashi is not only getting a full scale figure from Max Factory, but Good Smile is also putting out an Android of her, hopefully sometime this year. And I will shell out money for both figures.
I will be the first person to buy it when it comes out for
Yeah,
pre-order.
like, hey, pre-order's up, already ordered. Damn, that was fast.
No, it's like even before it goes on a pre-order, we already have one sale for both of these.
But
God,
they're
these guys
not
quick.
even, yeah, they're not even out for pre-order yet.
I have my ways.
It's
I know
like
my
it's
time.
like they barely. It's like they didn't even upload them yet, and they're like, "Wait a minute, wait, what? We already have two sales. How's that possible? We haven't even put it on the website yet."
Let's just say I know Mommy Ton.
After that, I ended up seeing there. So Good Smile released the Angelic Angel mini Love Live Androids from the movie. And I don't know if Good Smile is doing these ones as well, but they are doing the other costumes that were in the movie for the individual songs, like "Hello Hoshizora o Kaete" and question mark Heartbeat, and they're doing the entire like little costumes of that portion of the movie to where each group had their own individual song, and they're making mini Nandroids of those. I'm not sure if that's Good Smile or not. I have no idea, but I did see those. I'm like, no, don't make me shell out money because I really want a figure of Rin in her magician's costume from that movie. Just having her hair up to have like that revealed kind of forehead look, and I'm like, stop! You can't be more adorable than you already are.
And then one figure for me was this full scale, at least one sub that looks like a Jabril figure from No Game No Life.
Yep. Yeah, I saw that as well. I believe that's Good Smile is doing, if I remember.
I think that's where I got it from in the first place.
Yep. So, also for those who are a fan of Gate, like I am, Kotobukiya is releasing a Rory figure that looks absolutely fantastic. Of course, some of the figures that we talk about will be down in the will be down in the description below. I personally made sure to that. But yeah, there's this Rory figure that I saw. I'm like, that looks freaking amazing, and I'm like, my wallet is crying at this point because Kotobukiya figures are not cheap at all. I think probably the lowest Kotobukiya figure you could probably find is like 150, maybe. Like they're so expensive with their figures sometimes, but they're great quality figures and like they do their job for the figures, man. Kotobukiya knows where it's at for good quality. But another thing that's coming out, and I'm super happy about this. Galco from Galco-san is getting both an Android and a 1/6. And I'm like, take my money, please. I'm not sure if Good Smile is actually doing these as well. I have no idea. Um, I hope they are. If not, I will buy it through whatever company is making it.
And then for me, there is a being the producer that I am.
No, actually, yep. The Galco Nendroid is through Good Smile. Okay.
Yeah, me being the producer that I am, there is a 1/8 Ami and Mami Fudami figure that is coming out that looks to be around the price of 16,800 yen.
Damn, son.
But you're
It
pretty
does.
much getting two figures for the price of one.
Yeah, it
As
does
one
look
figure.
good though. I saw that figure. It does look really good. Of course, we have. It was obviously gonna happen. Since Saitama is getting an android, because Genos is also getting an android, which praise the sun because we needed the Genos android along with Saitama. Now all we need is Tatsumaki Tornado android, and we'll be complete. Come on, Good Smile.
And then
And
the final figure that I have for Wanfest from Good Smile which I'm glad I saw because this means we could be getting more from the series later on. But is the Shiro No Game No Life Nendroid.
Nendroid. Yeah, I saw that too. I was excited. I was like, oh, Shiro Nendroid. I'm like, all right, you know what? Call me when it's Steph.
Yes, definitely.
I'm surprised you did not mention the other one that we saw that I showed you the other day. Yuki from School Live is getting an Android as well.
Oh yeah, that's right. Sorry, I'm going down a list of my favorite of the things I favorited on Twitter.
Trust me, I favorited a lot of things for this.
But yes, Yuki getting her own figure.
Yeah.
And then another one that you showed me that I completely forgot about is Saya from Saya no Uta getting a figure.
Yes, Saya is finally actually getting her own figure.
That's not a garage kit.
Yeah, it's not a garage kit. It took them a while, but yeah, they're putting out a Saya no Uta figure, and it actually looks really good.
And you know that has to be because of AX a couple years ago.
Oh yeah, that game is so goddamn popular. I'm surprised it took them this long to do a figure.
Well, it's because I think Geno Oribuchi himself didn't even think that it was that popular. And then at AX, over 50% of the stuff he signed was from Saya no Uta.
Oh yeah. I mean, you put a story in front of us like seeing the world of nothing but meat, and in a visual novel at that, people are going to play that game like constantly. Like we need a record of how many hours have been put into Saya no Uta, both from Japan and from America.
I tell you what, if my computer wasn't missing a file from it, I'd be playing it.
Then Fat Company, they're putting out a really good looking Congo figure from Contact Collection. I was like, more money. I'm like, I need a figure of just Congo because, Burning Love, best British girl.
I mean, Kirishima figure as well.
Yeah. And of course, since Genos is getting an Android, that means one thing. Saitama is getting a Figma. So look out for Genos Figma here not too long after him. Yeah, that Galco 1/6, by the way. Holy crap. I look at that thing and I'm like, man, that thing looks like it's gonna be so expensive because it's a 1/6. Like it looks like it could be like a $200 figure. With how good it looks. Of course, since the movie just came out this past week, this past Thursday actually, Good Smile went out of their way. They announced both Nendroid and Figma Deadpool. And then there was much rejoicing, which I personally can't wait for because I will shell out all the money in the world for that Deadpool and Nendroid just so I can have more and that's something I'm actually kind of a little bit surprised about because coming out of Wanfest, I saw a handful of actual American superhero Nendroids. Like we have Deadpool. They just released the Joker Dark Knight Nendroid. They have Iron Man already.
Well, those things are big all around the world.
Yeah. And then they were putting out Batman versus Superman Nendroids, which blew my mind because I had no idea that they were actually going to go out of their way to do that. I mean, can we get like Arkham Knight Batman?
When is Rose Marie getting her own figure?
Can we get like Arkham Batman, and can we please get Harley Quinn like Nendroids, like animated series Harley Quinn, or at least comic book Harley Quinn, like Arkham Harley Quinn, New 52 Harley Quinn, and Suicide Squad. So, and Suicide Squad's coming out. Can we get Suicide Squad Harley Quinn? Can we please? When's Holly? Like, I'm literally going to make my own shirt that says "When's Holly," and just have like the Joker face on it and like hashtag Good Smile on the back.
Bring the expo.
I literally want them to make a Harley Quinn Android. And if they could you make like a Joker Nendroid that's not Dark Knight Nendroid? I mean, don't get me wrong, I like the Dark Knight Joker, one of my favorites of all time. Can we get Mark Hamill Joker Nendroid, please? Since we're making more superhero based Nendroids. Yeah, there's another one that will probably I'll probably end up buying as well. Max Factory. I hate and I love you guys so much for this. They're putting out a 1/7 of Ronco, and she has like her like fallen angel wings on her back. It looks absolutely beautiful, and I want it. It's literally going to be. It's literally like it's Ronco from Cinderella Girls. If people know, I love Ronco from Cinderella Girls. She was my favorite part of Cinderella Girls. And seeing that 1/7 Max Factory figure, I'm like, that figure would look so good against the figure that I had, like sitting with the figure that I have now of Ronco that I got from Ami Ami.
We need more Mayu figures from Cinderella
Yeah,
Girls.
I believe the one Ronco one I have now is actually from Fat Company, so. And I have like her Beach Queen and everything, but still. Cannot wait for that to come out because I will buy it in a heartbeat. Of course, with the popularity of Love Live, they're releasing more of the Figmas.
They're gonna cash in on their final run.
Yeah, they're releasing more Figmas because I mean we just had the Pacific Love Live figures come out, so we're getting more of the Nendroids. We're getting them in their like school uniforms because the first Nendroids were them in. No, you know what? No, because we already have them in their school uniforms. I believe they're releasing Hanayo, Rin, and Nico as like the next ones that are supposed to come out, if I remember correctly.
And Maki, you mean?
Maki should. Well, they're gonna do all 9. That's a no-brainer for the Figma. So.
I thought I heard you say Miku.
No. But of course, there's another 1/7 that's coming out. I believe that's a 1/7. I can't tell, but there's a good-looking figure of Rena from Cinderella Girls. She's the rock and roll idol.
Yes, I'll definitely be getting her figure.
Yeah, I saw that. I'm like, you know what? I think I'll buy it. I would buy that because she was a very good character in Cinderella Girls that did not get enough screen time, I think.
Mm-hmm. She's one of my mains in Starlight Stage.
Yeah, she got her own episode, but she still didn't get enough screen time.
She's right now one of my mains in Starlight Stage.
Right. And for those of us that loved Shirobako and have been asking everybody in the business, make Shirobako figures, please. Ones that aren't garage kits. We're finally getting a figure of Emma from Shirobako. What?
Which one was that?
She is I believe the artist of the group of friends. She's the drawer, the manga artist. She's the one that works she ends up working at the same studio with Aoi and everybody else at the end of the show. Spoiler.
Is she the one that has that, like...
She's the one that has like the
gift?
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, she has that like really weird workout routine. And that's like the gift that gets circulated around.
I'll buy that figure.
Yeah. Of course, again, more Love Live Nendroids or Love Live figures. They're making Love Live figures based off of, I don't know who it actually is. They're actually what company it is, but they are making more figures of the Love Live girls, specifically Ellie, Maki, Nozomi, and Hanayo. They're making their figures based off the UR cards in Sif. So.
And here's the thing. For that, you have to spend $39, and there's only 1% chance he'll get that figure.
Yeah, true. Yeah, you have to spend $50. You have to spend like $50, get 50 love gems, and then like you get like 3 or 4 SRs, but you'll never get a UR figure.
You'll just keep getting the Nendroids for him.
Yeah, pretty much. But finally, they're starting production of it. I don't know who's doing it. I have no idea what company is doing it, but they're finally releasing Monster Musume figures, and Mia, of course, is the very first figure, and there was much rejoicing.
Let me know when it's Pappy.
But she'll probably be the next one because they'll go down the list. Then it'll be like Mia, Poppy, Soraya.
As long as it is not Griffin. As long as Griffin is not making the figures.
Yeah, that's true. Griffin Enterprises, they pick you up.
They're by far the worst company as far as making figures.
Yeah. I have no idea who's actually making that figure. I have not heard as of yet who are making that. By the way, I don't know who it is. I really wish I did. Somebody tell me who's making that figure. Leave it down in the comments. Send us an email about it. Whatever. So by the way, Good Smile showing off like to everybody, waving it around in front of everybody. They brought the freaking Girls in Panzer tank to Wanfest.
This is a hint that we're getting season 2.
I'm like, yeah, pretty much. Might as well be, right? I mean, we've got the movie. You know what? They should make a manga of. They should make an anime of the Little Army series, even though it's only like 3, 4 volumes. It's only like 4 volumes, but they should make like the OVA series of Little Army. It would make more sense. Then, Good Smile showing off, man. I tell you. But of course, I saw another figure that I'll probably end up getting. There's a figure of Tenryu from Kantai Collection that's floating around there that I really do want because I don't play Kantai Collection. I know the character from the art, and I like the art. I like the art a whole lot. I love like Tenryu is like one of the Kantai ship girls that gets a lot of good art. Her and Prince's sister and Congo are the ones that usually get all the good art. Sorry for calling her Prince's sister, by the way. I don't play Kantai, I already said, so I don't know her name. But of course, Kotobukiya, they're releasing another figure, another superhero figure, a very popular female superhero figure in Spider Gwen, which is actually really cool. It's funny how they have it labeled. It's like Marvel Bishojo Spider Gwen. I'm waiting for that anime to come out. Which I thought that was very cool. I was like, if for fans of Spider Gwen, I would definitely recommend going and buying that from Kotobukiya, regardless of the price, because from what I've seen of it, it looks absolutely beautiful, and it would be worth buying for every cent of that. Speaking of Monster Musume, they're releasing that Mia figure, but I don't know which company makes these, but there are they look like they're supposed to be like phone stands, maybe, but they look like busts of the the Monster Musume girls. There's one for each character. There's one of Mia. There's one of Soraya. So far, they have everybody but Marrow, which is interesting. Because I don't know which company is making it, but it looks really. They look really good. They're really well done.
By the way, I was just talking about trash about Griffin, but there are 2 figures that are currently in the draft stage. There's not even a model of them yet. There are 2 figures that they are said to be making. One is Seira from Ganaiwo.
Ooh, interesting.
Another one is
interesting.
And another one is Miku from Data Live.
Oh, really? Interesting.
But still haven't gotten a single update on any of those, and it's been about a year. Actually, more than a year for Miku.
Hey,
But I have my fingers crossed for the Sailor one because they completely messed up Taiyu.
yeah, they're severely behind schedule. But yeah, so that's legit everything. Well, most of the things that we saw from Wanfest. Um, keep your eyes out, keep them peeled. Check Ami Ami, check Good Smiles online shop to see when those go up for pre-order, when those go up for sale. Always keep your eyes open for us figures collectors out there because I know there's a lot of good figures coming out from Wanfest. So, and personally, I can't wait to be broke again and again and again and again and again and again.
Well, I'll just imagine when we go to Wanfest and we see all those figures and we just buy them outright, and then we don't have to worry about being broke all the time.
Yeah, that's true. Good point. But yeah, that is our Wanfest talk. And with that, we will take our first break, and then we will come back and we will discuss the last 2 weeks in WWE, the last 2 weeks in TNA, and the last 2 weeks in Lucha Underground.
By the way, is the TV that's on in the living room coming through?
I can hear it faintly.
Yeah.
But we will be back here in a couple minutes.
All right.
Stay tuned. All right. I am going to go use the restroom, and I will be right back.
Yo, you back?
Yes, I am back.
Yeah, I just went to get a drink, and I've just been sitting here waiting for you to unmute your mic.
Okay. All right. Shall we get back to it?
That is completely up to you. I've got my technical Midori Sour with me.
Okie dokie. So we are back. We are back. We are on to our...
It's now time for the Mark Remark.
Yes. This week on the Mark Remark, we cover the Royal Rumble 2016.
No, we already did that.
Oh, sorry. That's just my R-Truth gimmick. But,
by God.
Okay. So, WWE, we'll start with what happened for the February 1st show, which was Monday, surprisingly. So, Raw starts, normal intro.
Well, or no, we're going with 2 weeks ago, right?
Yeah, that's what.
Okay, then
it's February 1st. Yeah.
Oh yeah, then I'll say what I was just about to say for when we get to this week's Raw.
Yeah. So, because we're gonna do it like we did last week or the last couple weeks ago, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, so on.
Yeah, but I was gonna say something about Raw this week. But
okay. So literally, start the show off on February 1st. Brock Lesnar and Paul Heyman come out. Of course, this is post Royal Rumble Raw. Paul Heyman does his usual spiel. My client Brock Lesnar. He addresses the fact that there's a conspiracy for Bray Wyatt wanting to eliminate Brock Lesnar from the WWE Championship picture. Blah blah blah. He would destroy the Wyatts, but there's the whole match at Fastlane of Roman Reigns versus Dean Ambrose versus Brock Lesnar, with the stipulation that if the winner goes to WrestleMania to face Triple H. Blah blah blah.
To face the theatrical performance of Triple H and then actually fight Triple H.
Yeah. And,
because Triple H always loses when he has some grand entrance into the WrestleMania.
Oh, he didn't when he fought Sting.
No, he had this Terminator thing. Oh yeah, that's right. He won, and he had that spectacular.
Yep. But Heyman says, Ambrose and Reigns getting away. You'll go to Suplex City. Blah blah blah. Ambrose decides to interrupt. Comes down. He's like, I don't care. You can beat me up. I'll come back and still try to kick your ass. Blah blah blah. And then Ambrose leaves. Blah blah blah. Just kind of pissing off Lesnar and Heyman. And then we cut to our first match, which is Kalisto versus Rusev. Alberto Del Rio was on commentary for this. El Patron. It was back and forth the entire time. Blah blah blah. It ended in kind of like a really dumb way. Kalisto hit a Hurricane Rana on Rusev on the outside, and for some reason Rusev was unable to get back in the ring by the count of 10, which brings up the question: why didn't Del Rio go over there, pick up Rusev, and put him back into the ring? Since they're League of Nations members.
Because WWE doesn't know how to book.
Yeah, really. So, cut to backstage. Blah blah blah. Dean Ambrose and Roman Reigns are admiring the title belt. Steph does her little thing, pretty much just tells them yada yada and blah blah blah. That their friendship is going to be strained or it'll end because Roman Reigns is too much of a spotlight hog and blah blah blah, stuff like that. Like, here's the funny part. She says that absolute power corrupts absolutely. Isn't that like the pot calling the kettle black?
Coming from the same Stephanie McMahon that back in 2002 on the lead up to No Way Out, says that she will never become like her father.
Too late for that. So Steph goes to say, Steph being a Steph, says that, there's a match tonight, Ambrose and Reigns versus the New Day, because New Day has the job to make Roman Reigns look strong. Cut to Renee Young doing an interview with Brie, talking about Nikki's injury. She's doing well, blah, blah, blah. Charlotte interrupts because she's Charlotte being Charlotte, and then Ric Flair, yada, yada, moving on. Because, Brie and Charlotte are in a blow-off feud right now until WrestleMania rolls around. But next match was the Usos versus the Social Outcasts. Now, I believe this is when the flub for Lillian Garcia happened, and she introduced him as the Grammy Award-winning Usos instead of Slammy Award-winning Usos.
Yeah, because the Grammys mean so much little compared to the Slammies.
Yeah. So, of course, they faced the Social Outcasts, and it was, I believe it was Heath Slater and
Curtis Axel and Adam Rose.
Yeah, Curtis Axel and Adam Rose.
Otherwise known as Axl Rose.
Yeah. They faced off against, blah, blah, blah. Bo Dallas was not there along with Bray Wyatt. They had a family issue they had to go home for because I believe their grandfather was in the hospital. So, so instead of putting the Social Outcasts over WWE,
and Bo Dallas is still working on his
He's working on his new hotness album that's coming out. It's like saying 3-Man Band had an album supposed to be coming out for years. It never did. But of course, Usos won with a splash after many super kicks. So they had a super kick party, and then they splashed and then they won, putting the Social Outcasts underneath everybody yet again.
Unless your name is redacted for 90 days.
Yeah. So then we decided to roll out Miz because why not put him on Raw more? Miz TV with AJ Styles as the guest.
The Miz has been doing awesome mic work over the past year or so with Raw.
In-ring talent, not so much. Mic work, yes.
I mean, if you look how over he got Sandow when he was doing the whole Mizdow thing.
Well, he's not Sandow anymore. He's Sad now. Or Sizzle, depending on how you want to call him.
And then it looks like he was going to get somewhere with Neville until he just dropped that out of nowhere. So I guess now they're going to try and make him the mouth of AJ Styles because Vince McMahon can't stand a southern accent.
So, AJ Styles, Miz wanted to interview him. Miz just kept talking and talking. Gets to a part to where, Miz just starts to, leveling. He's not going to make it in WWE. AJ Styles is nobody without somebody, blah, blah, blah. AJ beats his ass and Miz runs out of the ring. Of course, and we have the piss break match in Brie versus Charlotte. Ric Flair tried to distract everybody, tried to distract Brie there, but it backfired. Somehow Brie reversed the figure four and rolled up Charlotte for the win, so she beat the Divas champion. Ergo, she gets a title shot at the next pay-per-view because that's how the Divas division works.
Well, because screw continuality in their storyline. It's all about the next person to confront somebody right after a pay-per-view gets a title shot.
Mm-hmm. And anyway, this is a blow-off feud to begin with, so WWE decided to fill airtime by having 2014 TLC and Stairs revive itself and have Eric Rowan face the Big Show again. And then, Big Show wins because it's a squash match pretty much.
Because instead of putting on over younger talent, we got to go with someone who was
Yeah.
wrestling when WCW was still a thing.
When you could be putting over the Wyatts to build them to destroy Brock Lesnar, to make them look strong. No, you have them lose to somebody who should be in the Hall of Fame and retired by now.
And you wonder why nobody gets over in the WWE.
Yeah. So, and after the match, of course, Braun Strowman, I can't wrestle for 2 minutes by myself. Mr. Black Sheep of the family stares down Big Show. They beat the fuck out of him. And then what the fuck did they do? They like slammed him on some of the stairs. So that ended that. There was, TLC and stairs from 2014 all over again. So after that, they had
Titus versus Tyler Breeze.
Mr. 90-day suspension versus Tyler Breeze.
Mr. hasn't been relevant for 90 days.
Yeah. Hasn't been relevant for 90 days.
That's what I meant to say.
So it was a squash match. Titus O'Neil won, and poor Tyler Breeze.
And Tyler Breeze would get his 19th consecutive win in the WWE, which went completely unnoticed.
Titus.
That's what I meant.
Yeah, Titus has won 19 weeks in a row, and they have not said dick about it.
And then somebody actually brought this up from Wrestling Inc. Sean Ross Sapp brought this up. Road Dogg tweets to him saying, "Oh, wins and losses don't matter."
Yeah, because only ratings matter in WWE at this point. Ratings and money.
Only Roman Reigns matters in the WWE.
Anybody but you, Roman. Anybody but you.
So then, after that, we get the pointless Dolph Ziggler versus Kevin Owens match. And of course, Kevin Owens.
Best of 100 series, pretty much.
Of course, Kevin Owens going on Twitter and tweeting 9-0, looking to extend that tonight, which WWE logic means the result of this match is quite obvious.
Yeah. So, literally, unfortunately, they decided to bury Owens against Dolph Ziggler, have him lose to Dolph Ziggler. So, I don't know what they need. They need to use Kevin Owens better. And we'll see that throughout this week when we cover both next week's Raw and SmackDown. I can tell you this much. Kevin Owens being the way he's used now to lose to somebody like Dolph Ziggler and to be it disgusts me how they're using their actual people who have talent for this and letting them lose to the guy that's been in the mid card since the world heavyweight title disappeared.
Well, I'll get to that here after we get done capping off both episodes of Raw. I got a specific thing to talk about with that. So let's just continue on with Raw.
Okay, so literally, next match is another Divas match, which is a good Divas match in Sasha Banks and Becky Lynch.
This should be your WrestleMania card, Sasha versus Becky.
This match should have been good. Unfortunately, they saw fit to have Naomi and Tamina come out to say, blah, 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 we're in Team Bad, we'll stick together, yada, yada, support Sasha through her entire endeavor. Unless we're going to attack somebody during the match and you stop us.
Yeah.
So
which is weird because the last time we saw Naomi and Tamina, they had to buy their own tickets to get into the damn show.
Oh shit, right? So literally, they have to. What happened was Sasha was, about to go for the win, and she gets pulled out of the ring by Naomi and Tamina after telling him, "Don't attack Becky. This is my match. You don't need to be interfering." Blah blah. They beat the crap out of her until Becky makes the save, and apparently they're becoming friends now in some strange way.
Turn her face somehow for the moment.
Yeah. Then they cut backstage. Renee Young's interviewing Chris Jericho and him being old and wanting to beat AJ Styles to bury the younger talent on the WWE card. So, and it's this whole thing of Jericho versus AJ over on SmackDown, and blah blah blah. That's gonna happen. Jericho, yada yada, blah blah blah. Then our Truth and Goldust segment, which nobody cares.
Which, was one of the better of them, actually.
Yeah, it was strange. Like, I don't get what they're doing with our Truth and Goldust at all. I really don't. Like,
it's our Truth. Well, it's Booker T and Goldust all over again.
I don't know, man. If that tag team somehow gets over, I will be completely baffled with how WWE manages to push a tag team of guys who, like, let's put it this way: what they're doing with R-Truth solely should be a representation of him being in any tag team, because quite literally, what they're doing with R-Truth solo gimmick, him being like a day late and a dollar short sometimes, is a lot better than what he could be in any tag team, to be brutally honest. If they actually ran with that gimmick and had him win a title, it'd be pretty funny. But no, it's ha ha ha, it's R-Truth, he's dumb. As much as I enjoyed him going for the ladder in the Royal Rumble and everything else that he's done, and pairing him with Goldust because he's not doing anything since the Rhodes brothers are obviously literally no good to Vince McMahon anymore.
Yeah.
Especially since they paired Stardust with the Ascension, a Barry Jobber tag team with a crap gimmick, and now they're pairing Goldust with R-Truth, who has kind of a dumb gimmick and with Goldust just floating around the mid card. I don't get it anymore. Like, why is this even like a thing that's happening?
Well, it's WWE.
Of course, we end the night, blah blah blah. Ambrose and Reigns versus the New Day. Of course, the New Day try to put up a fight and win, but of course, because Ambrose and Reigns, two top faces in the company, you have to put them over. Even though that tag team is actually way more over than both your two top baby faces.
Wow. Definitely more over than Roman Reigns, but Dean Ambrose himself is pretty over.
Yeah. Of course, after the match, blah, blah, blah. Brock Lesnar comes out, New Day attacks them when they're distracted. Lesnar just beats the crap out of both of them and gives Kofi Kingston wait, hang on, what? Hold on. I'm reading that wrong. Yeah, so Ambrose eats an F5 and blah, blah, blah. And that's the end of that week. So there wasn't really that much special for the February. It's the post-Royal Rumble show, and we really didn't get that much of a blow-off.
No, this wasn't the post-Royal Rumble show.
Oh, wait, no. Yeah, it was the week after that. That's right. Mm-hmm. Regular old Raw that is building, I guess, to Fastlane, which it's a pay-per-view that nobody cares about, really.
Exactly. It's not like it was back when it was No Way Out.
Yeah. So, okay, on to the week after, 2/8/16 Raw. February 8th.
And of course, this episode of Raw, the whole point of the show pretty much starts early in the day with Daniel Bryan going on Twitter and announcing that he is officially retiring.
and he will explain his actions on Raw tonight in his home state of Washington in Seattle.
And of course,
Like
WWE.
a 2-hour drive from Aberdeen, Washington, where he's actually from.
And of course, traditional WWE, in order to shill it throughout the entire episode and get ratings to stay constant, have it for the very end of the show, literally the ass end of it. So,
yeah. So of course, start off the show that week. They show like a really good video package of Daniel Bryan, over his career, showing his highlights and things of that nature. Then they show, he's
just
going
what
to be
he
here
did in
later
WWE.
tonight. Yeah, I know. Because he did. Well, to be fair, later on, he actually, for WWE.com, he gave like his top 15 matches, and a lot of them were ROH-based matches.
Well, that's WWE.com. I'm talking about the main, everyone's watching this.
Yeah.
Daniel Bryan only recognized for what he did in WWE, because if it didn't happen in WWE, it does not happen.
Yeah, exactly. So, we start off the show. Steph being Steph, already in the ring. They're gonna have the contract signing first thing for the match at Fastlane.
And this was the dead giveaway that they were going to put Daniel Bryan last.
Yeah, because they were they're having that contract signing, and they were gonna have people come out. They were gonna say like the winner of that triple threat match will go to WrestleMania, go on to face at WrestleMania, and then the crowd interrupts her, with the biggest Daniel Bryan chant ever. She's like, no, you guys are stupid. It's not going to be Daniel Bryan.
Instead of putting Daniel Bryan over in that segment, they just let Steph be traditional heel. And of course, I will say for this episode of Raw, this was the first time I actually ever watched the pre-show for Raw.
Yeah.
And it was mostly Corey Graves and Booker T, well, specifically Corey Graves, talking about
somebody who needs to be moved up to the main roster commentary team, by the way.
It was mostly him talking about what it was like for when he was forced to retire due to concussions.
Yeah. So, Steph compares this match to, Hollywood has Iron Man versus Captain America, but only WWE has the Lunatic Fringe against the Roman Empire, against the Beast Incarnate. I'm like, okay, comparing this to Iron Man versus Captain America, come on now.
Here's the thing. Though you may have that match, Hollywood can actually sell.
Exactly. And then, Steph out there bragging. Dean Ambrose comes out, interrupts her, tells her, you know what, let's get down to the chase. I want to sign this damn contract so I can punch Brock Lesnar in the fucking face and get this fight on because I want to kick his ass.
And then, of course, Roman Reigns
comes out, after Steph because after Steph and Ambrose go back and forth, and Roman Reigns comes out, and Steph,
and of course Steph promotes
again,
and Steph promoting like this heel turn for Dean Ambrose, that they're just gonna cock tease with us, saying, how does it feel for Roman Reigns to interrupt you again, showing you up again?
And then she brings out Brock Lesnar. Paul Heyman's about to do his whole thing, and then Steph's like, you know what, we don't have time for that. Get your ass in here and let's sign this contract. They sign the contract, blah blah blah. Looks like the fight's about to break out. Then Lesnar flips the table. He slams it into Roman Reigns, which I was like, Jesus. He hit Roman Reigns with a freaking table, and
how awesome is that? That your top guy in the WWE can be taken out by a table.
Yeah, and then of course he beats down Ambrose and then gives him another F5 and leaves him laying.
And of course, as Brock Lesnar leaves, Triple H's music hits and they have a stare down.
By the way, I have beef with this because one, he used the game instead of using King of Kings because he's wearing a suit and tie. He should be using King of Kings. If he was using the game, he should have came out in that freaking blue pants jacket with his freaking t-shirt on, and ready to freaking in blue jeans and boots. That should be that Triple H coming out, not suit and tie Triple H coming out to the game.
Well, I think with that, it's not about what he's wearing. It's just the mentality that he has. When he's playing the game, he's in the wrestling mindset that he's going to be the one fighting at WrestleMania, whereas he hasn't been doing much of authority work. It's been mostly Stephanie doing it.
Right.
So Triple H has no reason to use the authority music while still dressing up, since he is technically still the COO of the WWE.
Yeah.
So it makes sense from that standpoint.
Yeah. After that happens, the commentators, everybody, they say, they mentioned the whole thing about Daniel Bryan and like all their superstars, turning out on Twitter, showing their thanks for him, just things that they were doing. The things that they had said, about Daniel Bryan, all of them good, really good things. And they showed a career highlight of Daniel Bryan when he first debuted in NXT against Chris Jericho, which is still a really fantastic match, by the way. Because that brought up a lot of good memories of rookie Daniel Bryan, man. I was like, damn, that was before he had the beard, before he had the long hair, before everything that had happened. He was just a rookie. And that's back early NXT, back when it was actually kind of a competition show and not just straight NXT, where we wrestle on NXT to show off the new talent.
Not an actual brand.
Yeah, it was not an actual brand. It was just like that competitive like challenges, and then a wrestling match every so often. No, of course, like I said for the week beforehand, Kevin Owens versus Dolph Ziggler, Part 2 out of 100 series. Actually, was this 5, 6 now the times that they fought each other?
This will be the 11th time they have fought.
So best of 100, that's 11 times now. So the belt, so yeah, blah, blah, blah. Owens takes it to Ziggler this entire freaking match.
But of course, traditional WWE booking, if you're hot at the beginning, you're going to lose the damn match.
Yeah. Eventually it goes back and forth and blah, blah, blah. And Ziggler freaking, he ends up winning this match.
And honestly, where is the protection of Owens' character?
Yeah, no joke. So at one point during the match, Owens goes for like a schoolboy. He, being the heel that he is, grabs the tights and tries to get the pin. Doesn't work. So, and then later on in the match, a guy who's supposed to be fucking face for this company, Ziggler rolls him up near the ropes and puts his feet on the ropes to get the win.
No,
and
I didn't have a problem with that.
Like, this guy is supposed to be a face, and you're having him use heel tactics to win a match. If you wanted him to be a face, he would have won outright, regardless of it being Kevin Owens or not.
Here's the thing that pissed me off and shows that WWE has no care for protecting their talent. Is a couple months ago, Kevin Owens loses to Neville in like 26 seconds. What does he do? Instead of whining and bitching about it, he destroys the living shit out of Neville. We saw that huge clothesline, which is probably one of the greatest clotheslines I've seen in the history of the WWE. Mm. What does he do when Dolph Ziggler cheats to win? He doesn't go after him. beat him down, and kick his ass like the normal Kevin Owens that we know. He goes and just destroys the announce table and cries about the fact that he was cheated.
Yeah, which it just goes to show when you're an NXT talent and you reach the main roster, you are not going to be used very well. And I'm sure Triple H is super pissed off that his talent down in NXT is not being used the right way. So
just no protection of character.
Yeah, that's Vince booking everything for you right there.
So then again, we get another Daniel Bryan.
Yeah, footage of him winning his first title, the United States title at Night of Champions, which I actually really love that match. I've seen it more than once, and it blows me away every single time I watch it because it's Daniel Bryan beating The Miz, who was actually a pretty big name at the time in the company. Just this kid who had come up from NXT, won and was challenging The Miz because The Miz was just running his mouth about him, blah, 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 kind of like AJ Styles in a sense. But beating a guy who was almost like a top talent in the company at that time to win the United States Championship was something huge. And it really brought a sense of, anybody can win, no matter how small, can win the United States title. And that's actually when the United States title actually meant something. It wasn't being tossed back and forth between Kalisto and Del Rio.
So anyway, after that, we get a pointless women's match between Charlotte and Alicia Fox.
Yeah.
And of course, because, Alicia Fox isn't doing anything, Charlotte wins.
Yeah. Which, is just goes to show that they have no idea what they're doing with Charlotte anymore. And I'm very sure that at WrestleMania, if I think right, she's going to be dropping the title to one of the two women of Sasha Banks and Becky Lynch. So,
and to be honest,
at WrestleMania,
I think Becky Lynch should be the one to win it.
Yeah, really. I mean, she's been feuding with Charlotte the longest, and it would make for a great feud between her and Sasha Banks for that title, which would actually get people to watch the Divas division now.
I will tell you this, though. The way it's setting up, and it's looking like they're putting Becky and Sasha in kind of like this tag team like they were in NXT, or they're going to be buddy-buddy. If they book it to where Sasha Banks just turns on her down the road, Becky Lynch is the new Sting. But of course, we get another
So that means Charlotte, Sasha, and Bayley all have to be heels, and then she has to team with RoboCop to win, right? Here comes RoboCop, Bob.
Yeah.
So
we get Miss TV with none other than fucking Chris Jericho.
You're missing a very odd and ridiculous backstage segment. Earlier in the night, it was announced that the Usos would face the New Day in a tag team match, in a tables match, 3 versus 2. Now, apparently, fucking Bubba Ray can make his own matches and add himself into matches because, hey, it's a tables match. What's a tables match without the Dudleys, right? So the Dudleys team up with the Usos against New Day and their mystery partner in a tables match. So now instead of being 3-on-2, it's 4-on-3. Why?
It's 4-on-4.
Because 4-on-4 until they announce their specialty tag member or whatever. Bubba Ray's not in TNA anymore. He can't just make matches like that. What the hell? And it'll lead up to later on when it'll all make sense. But that was the most confusing thing. The one funny part of, I was like, oh boy, that was kind of bad. But I still got a chuckle out of it. Was at the beginning where Dudley's walking. He's like, "Hey Jimmy, hey Jay." He's like, "No wait, I'm Jay and he's Jimmy." He's like, "Oh, he's like, and they're like, oh, whatever, it's fine. People get us confused all the time. Michael Cole. And it's like, and then Devon like looks at him and says, "Yeah, us too." I was like, God damn it. So yeah, we get Miz TV, Chris Jericho. We see the highlights from their SmackDown match that they had, which we'll go over when we go to SmackDown.
We'll talk about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But then, so that whole segment happens, and to be honest, it really does not matter.
Really, I think the best part of that segment is when Jericho hijacked it and they turned from Miz TV into the highlight reel in a matter of 10 seconds.
So then, after that, we get Bray Wyatt and his family facing off against Goldberg.
Or Ryberg. Which, of course, this is Bray Wyatt and his family's gimmick of just beating up every single guy who's over 300 pounds and is a big dude, pretty much. This is them. Let's put it this way. This is Bray Wyatt fighting Vince McMahon because Vince loves big guys, and this is Bray Wyatt taking down every single big guy in the company. So
he's the new recruit.
Literally, yeah, no joke. And of course, Goldberg has Ryback has new gear.
Might as well just call him Goldberg.
Yeah, because he wears black trunks and the whole Goldberg spiel to make it. I'm like, WWE clearly knows what they're doing by having him wear something like that. So obviously they're trying to pass him off as their brand of Goldberg.
Because WWE can't come up with anything original.
Yeah, I really don't understand that. Of course, it's the whole thing of, it's Ryback. He's had beef with the Wyatt family. He's facing Bray Wyatt. Wyatt family interferes. Bray Wyatt hits him with his sister Abigail. Bray Wyatt wins. It's just a filler match to keep everything hot and going, I guess.
And so then after that, we get a promo in the back. We get a unique promo from the New Day this time.
Working on the table. Working on the table.
Polishing the table. And, of course, Xavier Woods with his college degree and all that, doing mathematics to figure out the perfect point on the table. And then all of a sudden, their mystery tag team partner that they're going to be teaming up with later on walks in. And don't think it was revealed yet who it was.
No, yeah. Yeah, by the way, if you look, they were they had Renee Young there. They're doing that whole interview. He's like,
oh, no, they hadn't announced their partner yet. Sorry.
Yeah, because they hadn't found out that their tag match had been changed. He's like, and Kofi hands Renee a calculator upside down, by the way. And it was like, it's like, here, let me do the math for you since you obviously couldn't figure it out yourself. And I actually saw a screenshot of that calculator, by the way. It said boobies on it in numbers.
Yeah. It's a New Day, of course.
Yeah, leave it to the New Day. So, done interviewing them. We see Ambrose pacing around the back. He's still pissed off at Lesnar. He's gonna beat the crap out of him or whatever. That's a whole thing later. Titus O'Neil comes out. Blah blah blah. Social Outcasts come out. They're about to make Monday Night Raw viral, baby.
So.
And Adam Rose is challenging Titus O'Neil tonight.
And of course, Michael Cole and nobody on the announce team announces that if Titus O'Neil wins, that'll be 20 matches in a row where Titus has not taken a fall. Mm-hmm. And of course, stuck in all of this time that you're going to get to see Titus O'Neil because this will be the last time you see him for the next 3 months.
Yeah. So literally, it was literally just a it was what it was. It was a mid-card jobber match, pretty much. And the social outcast being the social outcast, distract Taz O'Neil, and Adam Rose rolls him up and pins him 1, 2, 3. So social outcast finally get a freaking win.
Which hopefully they will follow up on and get more wins on Raw.
Yeah.
But apparently, since wins and losses don't matter, then Adam Rose and the Social Outcast should be competing for the World Heavyweight title at Extreme Rules.
Yeah, no shit. So
anyway, the streak is broken, not like anybody knew.
Yeah.
And now finally, WWE shows that they can actually protect their talent for once. Dean Ambrose, you see him in backstage segment after backstage segment this week, talking to Roman Reigns, saying he's going to get out there and he's at least going to punch Brock Lesnar in the face once. He's going to get Brock Lesnar. And finally, they actually show the lunatic fringe character. Like Vince Russo has said, if you listen to any of his podcasts, talking about what makes this guy a lunatic, he finally showed that tonight by actually calling out Brock Lesnar live in the ring. So Brock Lesnar comes out, gives him an F5, and Dean Ambrose just gets right back up. Brock Lesnar gives him attacks him again, gets right back up, and eventually Brock Lesnar walks out of the ring. Dean Ambrose just gives him that look, come on, get back in here. He's not finished with him. So Brock Lesnar gets back in the ring. Roman Reigns comes out, distracts Brock Lesnar for God knows what reason, to where Dean Ambrose takes the trade from The Undertaker and gives him a low blow. And at this point, Brock Lesnar's nuts have taken more hits than Undertaker at WrestleMania 30.
Yeah, no shit.
But Dean Ambrose actually finally got Brock Lesnar. And you can hear him talking to Roman Reigns as they're leaving the ring. I did it. I got Brock Lesnar. So finally, Dean Ambrose called his shot, and he actually went out there and did what he said he was going to do. That's how you protect your talent, and that's how you get them over, and that's how you make them believable. Instead of saying that he's going to get Kevin Owens and then never does anything about it. And of course, after that amazing statement or segment, we get a commercial break, and then we come back to the Botchaman Dragons versus the League of
Injuries.
League of Injured kind of acquaintances that don't help each other out.
Yeah. So they go, it's the Lucha Dragons with the returning Sin Cara, by the way. He's finally back from his injury. Against Del Rio and Rusev with, Wade Barrett at ringside because, hey, look, it's Wade Barrett. He was in the stable too, right?
No, it's King Barrett.
That King gimmick is gone for me.
Mm-hmm. And it's because the King of the Ring means nothing.
Yeah. So, they go through the whole usual run spot routine. Towards the end of the match, Kalisto, does the springboard, corkscrew forearm. He hits that head scissors DDT, blah, blah, blah. They do this whole suicide dive thing. Kalisto goes for the Salida del Sol. Barrett hangs him up on the top, or Del Rio, El Patron hangs him up on the top rope. But really, Barrett distracts Kalisto. Del Rio kicks him in the head. And then he hits Kalisto with the double stomp move that in the Tree of Woe. And he pins him off of that.
Which is the dumbest move in the WWE.
Instead of using his finisher or going for that super kick to the kneeling opponent, he ends up using the double stomp from the corner, a move that he rarely uses now. and instead of putting him in like the cross arm breaker or something.
I mean, seriously, how hard is it to get out of that tree of woe? You just don't grab onto the ropes, and you just let them jump off. At least they'll even show that you can dodge that.
Of course, cut to another segment with R-Truth and Goldust. Goldust dressed up like Jimi Hendrix.
This was the dumbest segment they've ever done.
Yeah, I just stopped paying attention to it as soon as I saw him dressed up like that. I was like, nope, I'm done. Not paying attention.
And of course, Goldust destroys the kayfabe guitar that was Jimi Hendrix.
Yeah. Of course, cut back in. Sasha Banks makes her entrance. She's going to be on commentary. Then they show footage of one of my favorite moments that Daniel Bryan had in WWE, the Occupy Raw segment from March before WrestleMania 30. Fucking love that segment every single time. It's so good still. Just the fact that they get that Steph and Triple H played it off so well that they got pissed off so badly and you want this, man? You got it. Now get the hell out of my ring. Just and Daniel Bryan celebrating in the ring with all the fans. I thought that was really freaking cool. And so back from commercial break, Sasha, she's on commentary. She's talking about how she's teaming with Becky Lynch at Fastlane against Naomi and Tamina, which will be the blow off to this feud because I don't think it'll go farther than that. It was Becky against Tamina. Somehow, a blue moon must have happened because Tamina somehow picked up the win. Well, Naomi distracted her for a portion of the match. Really, you give Tamina the win. You really should have had Becky win again, so they would have put over that team instead of letting Tamina win because there was no blue moon out. So,
well, and not only that, but the spot with Sasha and Naomi, with Naomi throwing Sasha into the steps.
Yeah.
And of course, after that, we get a New Day segment again because apparently now Raw is too reliant on the New Day.
Yeah, they have the whole segment of unicorn horns very appealing, blah blah blah, and find out that their tag partner is Mark Henry for some reason or another, because he's got nothing better to do right now.
And then they all start jiving, which leads to just a complete throwaway match.
Yeah,
a match that
really
does not even matter until the end, till after the match is already done.
Yeah.
So pretty much the Usos and Dudleys, the Uso boys, get the win. But after that, they're celebrating it in the ring, all four of them. And then the Dudleys attack the Usos. Devon gets the tables. And they both send Jimmy and Jay through each respective table.
So because they had to turn, Dudley's heel now.
And of course, Jay gets a power bomb, is given a power bomb off the second rope through the table that's set up on the outside of the ring.
So they turn the Dudley's heel now for some reason. Don't know why.
Well, you got to give him, because Bubba himself can do great work as a heel. Yeah. If you watched any bit of TNA while he was doing his Bully Ray heel run.
Yeah. But that whole feud for the Usos, it doesn't really make sense since New Day have the tag title still, which
they needed to show that they can be a threat.
Yeah. Now that they've gone heel, maybe they'll put their glasses back on and start putting more people through tables.
Yeah. So then after that we get the realest promo that WWE has had in a long time.
Yeah.
Very few times does WWE actually get real.
Yeah. The next segment, it got very real very fast. Of course, the Daniel Bryan retirement segment.
And
And
I was surprised.
he gets the loudest fucking pop I've heard in WWE all year long so far.
And
Like this beat AJ's pop at the Royal Rumble. I mean, holy shit. And
and
well deserved for that reason.
I was honestly going to think that this was a 5-minute speech because they were close to being at that end time that WWE always stops on. But they let this segment go for a half hour after Raw was scheduled to end.
Yeah.
And of course, and it still went on even after that on the internet.
On YouTube, yeah.
But pretty much Daniel Bryan talking about how he wasn't as healthy as he thought, so
Yeah.
he's
Like,
hanging it up.
so he explained that he didn't like there was kind of humorous. He said, "Yeah, I know, I understand. I don't want to. I didn't want to cut my beard neither." He's like,
Yeah, talking
he
about the
didn't.
elephant in the room.
Yeah, talk about the elephant in the room. Yeah, I didn't want to cut my beard either, and I didn't want to cut my hair. But this is the only plug that I'm gonna have for this. And he talked about how he cut his hair and everything, and he donated it to an organization called Wigs for Kids, which gives wigs for kids who have cancer, and they don't charge the families at all. So of course, Daniel Bryan's still in retirement, being the most generous human being ever.
So anyway, of course, then he talks about being able to meet Brie, getting the headline WrestleMania, having everybody just take over the Occupy Raw thing happening in front of his father, which was the last time he got to see him perform. And then
Yeah, he says, he explains his brain isn't as good as he thought it was, because he had all sorts of things get, all sorts of tests done,
And of course, if I remember hearing right, it came out after this whole retirement speech that there was times in the WWE that after a match was finished, he would go backstage and because of his concussions and stuff, have a seizure after the
Yeah,
match.
he had post concussion seizures, which was he had a lesion on his brain to where in the part of the brain that actually causes concussions or seizures. So he ended up having a lesion there. So thank goodness he just decided to take care of himself and make himself better. Because he has a family to think about. He has a wife. He wants to start having kids soon. Kind of a the crowd pops for he wants to start having kids, and the crowd pops. Yes, yes, yes. And then Daniel Bryan just smiles and says, "Bree says that all the time."
Of course,
And
leading to a "That's what she said"
she said
chant.
chant, which was really funny. I actually thought that was pretty good. And what's the thing is that he goes on to explain, he loved doing this for 16 years of his life. He loves the Seahawks. He he loves the thrill that he gets right before his music hits. He loves diving through the ropes. He loves that he got to perform in front of so many people. Loves that he got to meet the love of his life. He loves that he got to meet a kid that was about more stronger than most people ever could be in Connor. And, the word of the day is grateful because,
Gratitude.
he's grateful. He's grateful for just everything happening in his life the way it has. He's grateful for, the fans. He's grateful just that we as fans don't owe him anything because nobody owes no like we don't owe anybody in the WWE anything. They do it because they want us to they want us to love them and everything, and they love doing it and they love going out there. So he's just really grateful that he was grateful for everything that had happened. He's explaining that he was grateful for being in that world heavyweight title match at WrestleMania. He was grateful for when that the last time his dad got to see him wrestle before he had passed was literally in the same arena at the same place and for the Occupy Raw movement. He was grateful to just everything. I was grateful that he got to meet so many good people, a guy that people wouldn't think is the smartest person that he's ever met in Kane, grateful for all the people that he had just met from around the world. And he eventually wrapped it up. He said, but it wouldn't be right for me to just leave without one big yes chant. They give him, the yes chant, they're give him a standing ovation that lasts a lot longer, way longer past what the show ran on TV. And of course it went off of TV like half hour after it was actually supposed to end. And it went over to the YouTube. It went over to YouTube, and I guess it was on the WWE network as well. He was leaving. He was going around ringside, just high fiving all his fans. His mom and sister were there. He's hugging them. Shaking everybody's hands. Thanking the fans. He walks up the ramp with Brie in tow with him. And Daniel Bryan, and then it ends, and Daniel Bryan, he had an interview on SportsCenter the next night. But that's how Raw ended this week with Daniel Bryan retiring, and definitely a future legend if there ever was one.
But for anyone watching on the YouTube, at the very end, as he walks out of the arena, you look behind and you see somebody grab Vince McMahon's arm, and it turns out to be Titus O'Neil. And of course, Vince McMahon afterwards. Sorry, I'm watching this wreck that just happened in the race, but we find out that Vince McMahon got so pissed off at this that he suspends him for 90 days, despite the fact that failing a drug test only gets you 30 days into WWE. So this is a grave offense that it would have just been completely brushed off if it was someone like Roman Reigns or John Cena.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've kind of thought about this over because I've seen it more than once, and I went back and watched it. I'm like, everyone's like, oh, it was only playful. He was just messing with him, blah blah blah.
Nobody knows that.
Titus hasn't said anything about it. Vince hasn't said anything about it. And the one thing that's come out is that people are saying this is ridiculous. Titus should not have been suspended. Blah blah blah. And it's the whole thing of that. And I've seen someone go to another person who's not even in the company anymore that was a former WWE employee. Let's put it this way: it was Dave Bautista. This guy's off making millions in Hollywood. You think he cares about the WWE at the moment? No. Dude's making millions in Hollywood right now. So this person said, Dave, you need to contact the headquarters in WWE, tell them that this Titus O'Neil suspension is bullshit. And Dave responded back saying, "I'll do you one better. I contacted Titus and told him to quit the company." Why would you tell him that? This is a guy that has a family. He has 2 daughters. He has a wife. Why would you tell him to quit the job that he does? And that's another thing, is that WWE suspending this guy who's done just as about as much as charity work as just as much as John Cena has. Hell, if anyone's done as much charity work, it's been Titus O'Neil. And then this happens, and you get 90 fucking days. Granted, maybe Titus shouldn't have done that, sure. But should Vince have shoved him back? No. Vince should be suspended too then, if that's the case.
It shouldn't be 90 days.
Yeah, the suspension should not be 90 days.
It should be 2 weeks.
2 weeks. That's it. It literally should be 2 weeks.
I mean, if you can fail a drug test and get 30 days.
So, what I don't understand is people saying that, you know, what? Both guys were in the wrong. Titus was in the wrong for doing that and whatever, you know, tugging on the arm of Vince McMahon. Because apparently if you touch Vince McMahon and you're not a diva, you get suspended for 90 days.
Or if you're not John Cena.
Yeah. So, literally, it's a stupid thing that happened. It shouldn't have happened. And it was ill resolved by WWE and Vince McMahon. So, quite literally, you know, at this point, if you want to keep doing charity work for WWE, good on you. But I wouldn't do it anymore since Vince treats charity like that if it's not John Cena. So, because I gotta ask, it's Titus O'Neil. Granted, the guy's not John Cena, but this is one guy that you've had work with you for how many years now? How many times has this guy, you know, done charity work for you? If it's not John Cena, it's been Titus O'Neil. This guy has been, you know, spreading how good WWE is with charity. What happened to the whole Be a Star program? Remember that, Vince? Be a Star?
No, they even played it up on SmackDown on Raw a couple weeks ago, where they talked about Titus O'Neil doing this kids charity that even brought them out to SmackDown to watch him wrestle. They showed that live on air on Raw.
Yeah, so there you go. Is any indication I think that Titus should have gotten suspension, but you know what? Vince should have been suspended right along with him for shoving that back. Because I remember the last time a guy that shoved around and yelled at a talent, he had to quit amidst controversy. You know, one Bill DeMott. You remember that, Vince?
Well, that's because he was working in NXT, so you can fire anyone in NXT because it's NXT and Vince doesn't care about NXT.
To be fair, I think it would be justified if Vince sat out for at least a couple weeks as well, so that way it would be fair because...
Sit out from what? He's never on TV anymore. Now that Triple H is back.
Maybe he can sit out for 2 weeks from behind the scenes. That would only be fair. Titus shouldn't have grabbed him. Yes, he should have only gotten a 2-week suspension. Vince shoved him back pretty damn hard. Last time I checked, if you're an owner of something and you run the company, you don't lay your hands on an employee, no matter what. If anything, Vince should be suspended right along too.
But anyway, that was Raw for the past 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Now before we get into TNA and Lucha Underground, there's this topic that I was thinking of for about a couple days now. and it relates to the title for Neil. Now, this is probably going to kill his character. Kill any standing that he's had in WWE. And that got me thinking just how in the last year, how many characters have been ruined by WWE. And not only the characters, but the titles themselves.
Yeah.
So I got the WrestleMania card from last year, and I'm only going to talk about the title matches, or the performers in the title matches. But before I get to that, if for the U.S. title and the Intercontinental title, if I were to ask you which one is more important, which one would you say? Which one would you be aiming for?
I would go for the Intercontinental title.
Exactly. And at this point last year, it was something that was getting thrown around between Dean Ambrose, R-Truth, and Wade Barrett. Literally. It wasn't changing hands. It was just getting stolen by each person.
Mm-hmm.
And the Intercontinental title and the U.S. title are supposed to be used for springboards for the main event title. And everybody in the company should be going for the World Heavyweight Championship. That's it, what it is supposed to be about. So now I'm going to start with the United States title, since that is the lowest title that a single person can go for. And I'm going to name the competitor that was in it. And I want you to tell me if you could see them being a heavyweight champion, or even for that, one of the upper mid-card titles. And of course, John Cena, he can be just put anywhere. It's looking like they're just going to keep him with the United States Championship when he comes back. But how about Rusev, who is challenging for the United States title? Do you find it believable as him as a world heavyweight champion?
No, not since the Lana Ziggler feud that he had. No, they completely buried his character.
Mm-hmm. And it sucks because this was a guy that came out to WrestleMania last year in a fucking tank.
Yeah, no shit.
So, do you even see him going for the Intercontinental or United States Championship?
Right now, that's pretty much where he would be. They've turned him into a mid-carder, pretty much.
All right, and then now onto the Intercontinental Championship. Of course, Daniel Bryan, he won it, but he's retired now. So, Bad News Barrett, because eventually the King of the Ring is going to happen, and he's going to go back to being just Bad News Barrett or Wade Barrett at that. Of course, he's now with the League of Nations. Do you see him as now a World Heavyweight Champion contender where he should be after going for the Intercontinental title at WrestleMania?
Absolutely not.
And then what about the Intercontinental title?
No, actually, you know what? Yeah, I could see him as an Intercontinental champion, but unfortunately, because of the stupid King gimmick that he had, that completely killed his character.
Mm-hmm. So once they bring it back to Wade Barrett or even Bad News Barrett, then he could be taken as an Intercontinental contender.
Yeah.
And of course, now R-Truth, who's just a mindless idiot now, who's afraid of ladders, apparently, even though we just saw him climb a fucking ladder to win the Royal Rumble. Could this guy be taken serious as a world heavyweight champion?
Absolutely not.
And same with the Intercontinental.
And that's the sad fact is that he was a world heavyweight champion in a different company. More specifically, a company that used to have a six-sided ring, TNA.
They still have a six-sided ring.
Well, they didn't for a while, but
thanks to Hulk Hogan.
Yeah. But literally, he used to be the way back in the day, back when it was actually TNA wrestling, and they were still operating out of Nashville. He was the world, like the TNA world champion at that point. And then R-Truth is just this person in. I mean, look what they've done with him. Fuck all. Like literally, I won't be surprised if we hear within the next sometime after WrestleMania that he's been released from WWE because they can't do anything with him anymore.
And then watch him go back to TNA.
No shit, man.
I think TNA would do a lot better with him.
Yeah, it really would.
I mean, he could replace Kurt Angle, who's retiring. But what about, and of course there was Stardust in this match, who just seemed, even at the time, to be just thrown in there for no reason.
Yeah, they've, as much as I hate to say it, the Rhodes brothers have not, they have no idea what to do with him anymore. The whole Stardust gimmick, I think they could get him over as Stardust. He has to ditch the Ascension. He has to ditch the freaking shoulder pad thing. It's been proven people can cheer for Stardust. He does some pretty funny and good promos when he wants to. Unfortunately, now that he's teamed and had this whole galactic wasteland BS with the Ascension, he's gone nowhere. And of course, it's the same thing with his brother Goldust. He's floating around the mid card. He's stuttering around R-Truth, and they're pairing them together.
To be honest, I think the best course for Stardust would be to cut the same promo that Dustin Rhodes did back in May of 1998, where he just comes out to the entrance ramp with the Stardust uniform in a steel trash can. He just rubs off the face paint and lights the Stardust suit on fire and says he's not playing Vince McMahon's character anymore. He wants to be taken serious in this company.
Really, that's what they should do.
I mean, that worked for Goldust in 98. Unfortunately, they did not do anything with it. And I know it's because I'm going back and watching the Attitude Era episodes while I still have the WWE Network.
Yeah. So, literally, they should just have him do that. Like, go out to the ring and say, screw this, I'm done. Wipe the face paint off. You know what? I'm going to be taken seriously. I'm Cody Rhodes, goddammit. I am going to be Cody Rhodes again, and I am going to be taken seriously. I'm done with this.
So then, of course,
it's gonna be Cody Rhodes, not dashing Cody Rhodes, not Rhodes Scholars Cody Rhodes, not masked Cody Rhodes, just Cody Rhodes.
Yeah, but for right now, you don't see him winning any title or a championship.
At this point, no, really. They really need to do something big with him in order for him to win a mid-card title again.
And of course, now there was also Dolph Ziggler in the Intercontinental title match, and he's been winning against Kevin Owens, who is a former Intercontinental title champion. Do you see him winning back a heavyweight championship again?
No, because there's too many big names working for one title. And Ziggler is not one of those big names. Listen, we've already discussed this. They need to split that damn title again and have WWE title and the World Heavyweight title. So there's two titles to go after and not just the one. You have so many guys in this WWE World Heavyweight title situation that is burying the mid-card from having them move up.
I think with that, though, you have to wait till the roster really gets healthy.
Really, because guys like John Cena, Randy Orton, Batista, Brock Lesnar, you have these monster dudes who have been in the company for X amount of time, winning one title, and you expect some mid-card guy like Dolph Ziggler to step up and win a title against one of these guys? No.
But do you see Dolph Ziggler winning an Intercontinental Championship in the near future?
Possibly.
And
Really,
course,
if it's a case, he has to win it from somebody that's not Kevin Owens.
yeah.
And not Dean Ambrose, because at this point, Ambrose has so much face pop, like he has so much. He's such a baby face, and the crowd cheers him so much that if he loses the IC title to anybody, that person's going to be booed. And you know what? Who he should lose it to? Kevin Owens, because he's the perfect fucking heel.
And I think Dolph Ziggler would benefit from a sabbatical.
Really, I found out that he wrestled in 384 matches last year. Throughout the course of all of last year, 384, and he barely took time off.
And you wonder why there's so many injuries.
Dude needs to take a goddamn vacation. He needs to disappear for like 6 months and then come back.
So then we have Luke Harper, who was going for the Intercontinental title. And of course, now he's with the Wyatt family.
Luke Harper.
Which the Wyatt family getting booed seemingly now.
I don't know why they're getting booed. That's the thing. I don't understand it. Why are they getting booed? There's no good reason for them to be booed other than the fact that the fact that Brock Lesnar may be turned face. Who knows?
Well, I think it's because if you look at last year, Bray Wyatt just keeps getting in these feuds that he loses on pay-per-views unless they're facing a jobber. He lost to Roman Reigns in the end of their feud. He lost to The Undertaker at WrestleMania. He lost to his family and him lost to Undertaker and Kane at Survivor Series. He can't win at the pay-per-views.
By the way, they're in this thing now where they're beating up the big guys. That better resolve in them either destroying Brock Lesnar and having them feud with Brock Lesnar, or him destroying Vince McMahon in the ring and saying, we're not going to take it anymore.
Mm-hmm. But do you see Luke Harper as a legitimate World Heavyweight Championship contender?
No, unfortunately.
What about the Intercontinental?
Yeah, I could see that. I mean, they need a good mid-card title, and the Intercontinental title is the best mid-card title that they have. The United States title is not good. And everybody in that group right now, Bray Wyatt and Luke Harper are the only two that have done anything in that group. As much as I want to like Eric Rowan, I can't like a guy who is like partially immobile in the ring and barely does anything in tag team matches. Like, that's why they shouldn't be tag team champs either. Luke Harper in every single tag match I think I've seen them do, and he lifts his weight in that match. Eric Rowan is almost going the way of Braun Strowman, except Eric Rowan actually knows how to wrestle. Braun Strowman does not. They don't need Braun Strowman anymore.
Mm-hmm. And of course, the last guy who was in the Intercontinental Championship, it's kind of weird because now he is going for a shot at the World Heavyweight Championship, and he is the Intercontinental title holder at the moment, and that is Dean Ambrose. But the question is, do you see him as a legitimate main eventer who could go into WrestleMania and take on Triple H? Doesn't matter about storyline. Just, do you see the character of Dean Ambrose, the Lunatic Fringe, being World Heavyweight Champion material?
Maybe. But if he did win the title at WrestleMania, if they did allow him to win the big one, because he's so over as a babyface right now, that would do gangbusters for WWE. But unfortunately, right now, they have him in a triple threat match to where he's obviously going to lose because they plan to turn him against Roman Reigns, which means somewhere down the line, Ambrose will still be the babyface and Roman Reigns will be the heel in a title match situation. At that point, Ambrose should win the damn title, but should come out next night on Raw and say, this title doesn't mean anything, and have him pull out the World Heavyweight title and split that damn belt.
Yeah.
Because that would make so much more sense.
Just like they need to do with the women's title.
Divas title needs to go away. Give us the women's title back. That's a more legitimate title than the Divas title ever thought about being.
And of course, I'm going to go to the tag team match really quick. There are 4 teams, of course. You would believe me when I say that Los Matadores, none of them are really championship material.
No. Unless they rebrand them and actually they come back as their original gimmicks, then no. Los Matadores, to be honest with you, at best, WWE needs to just release them because they're not doing anything with them.
Or send them back to NXT.
Send them back to NXT, let them be repackaged, make them something new, make them better.
And of course, I'm just going to ask anyone in New Day that you see being champion, World Heavyweight Champion material.
Not really, no. As much as I hate to say that, no, really. I mean, at best, maybe Big E, but I don't know. Because Big E's been Intercontinental Champion before, so they've yet to have Xavier Woods hold a singles title. And I believe Kofi was Intercontinental Champion at one point or another, but I don't remember.
I would say Kofi is the most likely out of those 3 to get a shot, and that's just if you give him a good push. He's one good push away from being a contender.
Like, I mean, look what they did with him against Randy Orton with his feud and that. That was the prime opportunity to push him for like a big title, and they failed to do so.
Of course, watching as Jimmy Johnson just got taken out, which was amazing.
Yeah, but again, they have yet to put a solo title on Xavier Woods at this point, which is what they really need to do. They have a prime opportunity to have that whole thing happen. Xavier Woods can wrestle. He's not just a face and a manager. The kid can wrestle. If you watched early NXT when back in the day when he actually did wrestle against people, he can wrestle. He's really good. He's not just he's not just a face. He's not just a manager. He's not just a guy out there blowing the trumpet or the trombone. Excuse me, fucking
Francesca.
Trombone. Yeah, Francesca too. He's not just that guy. He can wrestle. Give him the freaking United States title.
Yeah, actually, I think that would fit really well for Xavier Woods.
Because then they could feud with the Lucha Dragons for the tag team titles and the United States title. It would make sense.
Yeah.
Then that would bring a whole bunch of good prestige to the U.S. title again.
In fact, you want to get good heat on him. Just make them so arrogant and so cocky that they go out and they win in that. Kofi wins the Intercontinental Championship. Woods wins the United States Championship. So they pretty much have all the gold and bronze, or copper, sorry, but not the World Heavyweight Championship.
But unfortunately, WWE will not do that because beyond using them as a freebird stable for the tag team titles, I'm pretty sure they have no idea what to do with them beyond that. I mean, remember, this is a tag team. This is a group of 3 dudes. This is freebirds, is what this is. But again, each guy individually is a solo wrestler as well. I mean, the only person in that group that has not held any gold beyond or any title beyond the tag team titles has been Xavier Woods, and it's time for him to win a damn title.
So anyway, don't see the Usos winning a title.
No, unfortunately, they're not. They're eccentric. They're the eccentric tag team. Like there's two of them, and unless they plan to turn one heel against the other and go for like a mid card title, I don't see them ever winning a bigger title.
Now, Tyson's kid, he's had his injury, but when he comes back, do you see him going for any title as a legitimate contender for any title?
This is where NXT would benefit for a mid card title. They need a mid card title down in NXT, regardless of what everybody says. Tyson Kidd is perfect for that. Unfortunately, they won't ever have a mid card title, so Tyson Kidd should in theory actually feud with Samoa Joe when he comes back for the NXT title. I can tell you this much: I almost can feel the fact that Samoa Joe will win the NXT title and take over Dallas from Finn Balor, so they can move Finn Balor up.
Well, to be honest, the United States Championship would be the perfect mid-card title for NXT.
Well, I would say Tyson Kidd moved up. Perfect opportunity there for Tyson Kidd to actually, because he could form his tag team again with Cesaro, because that was actually a pretty good tag team.
Mm-hmm.
Again, they have the same thing. They have the same opportunity. They could have Cesaro and Kidd hold the titles. They could have them hold the Intercontinental United States. Kidding me? Cesaro is one guy that would do so well for the Intercontinental Championship. It's ridiculous. And Tyson Kidd would do, even if Tyson Kidd is Canadian, you know what he can do with it? They could be huge heels, and he could change the United States title to the Canadian Championship. And Tyson Kidd would have a Canadian Championship and not the United States title.
The Canadian Providence Championship.
Yeah, and then whenever he lost it to somebody, it would just go back to the United States title. There you go.
That's where our booking comes in.
I mean, it's a good idea. It would work. It would get huge heat for the person who's holding that title at the moment, and it would get a huge babyface movement for the person who wins the title back and changes it back.
But speaking of Cesaro, do you see him as a world heavyweight champion threat?
Not, unfortunately, I really wish I could. Not the way WWE is using him. No way.
He's certainly over enough.
He's over enough, but unfortunately, I don't think Vince likes him because apparently the WWE fans don't know what's best for them.
Yeah.
Because, he's not over at all. The fans don't cheer him. What are you talking about?
But I assume just based on what you were just saying before that you'd see him as a Intercontinental title champion.
Yeah, I mean, he would do that really well. The guy's from an intercontinent. He's from freaking... he's from Switzerland, yeah. And have him be the Swiss Superman. Have him be that guy. Hell, remember when he won the Andre Battle Royal? That was the perfect time to push him. But they didn't do it.
Mm-hmm. So now, and this just shows you how little changes at the top in a year. Roman Reigns competing for the championship. Taking away what the storyline is, do you see Roman Reigns as a world heavyweight champion contender?
Really? Again, he's one of the guys that would benefit from that title split. Not for something like the WWE World Heavyweight Championship, no. If the titles were split, the WWE title, yes. The World Heavyweight title, yes. But not the one eccentric title.
Now, Brock Lesnar. Do you see him as a world champion?
If this were like the early 2000s, then yes. Brock now, he's been delegated to just doing suplexes all match long and winning a title. And as much as he is kind of over with the fans, to be brutally honest, not really. Especially since he only works for like half the year.
Yeah.
And really, what they should do is that they should stick by that damn rule that's been established that the champion has to defend the title in X amount of time or he gets it stripped from them.
Yeah. Now, what about Seth Rollins? When he comes back, do you see him as a world heavyweight champion contender?
Absolutely. He's held the title before. He did really well with it. All he has to do is ditch the authority, and he's good. They have a talent in this kid. He can perform. He can go. Stop putting him against guys like Kane and start putting him against bigger names. Guys like John Cena. The guys that need to move up on the card. The guys like fucking when Randy Orton comes back. That would be a fantastic feud
That we already seen before.
that we've already seen before, but still.
Hell, even have him fight Roman Reigns.
Yeah, him against Roman Reigns. Him against Dean Ambrose. If Ambrose doesn't win the title and Seth keeps it, that's still a good feud.
Mm-hmm.
Hell, him against Kevin Owens if they ever move Owens up for the fucking title. You have X amount of talent that could go for that title. You have X amount of talent that could go for the mid-card titles. The mid-card titles need to be that springboard. You know, they need to hold that title for a while, drop the title, and say, you know what? I think I need to go for a bigger belt. I need to go after the title. But again, I still think they need to split the title. You have the WWE title and the World Heavyweight title again. You have guys that could go after the World Heavyweight title that would hold that title for months on end. You have guys like Ambrose, Ziggler, Balor when he moves up, Owens, freaking Cesaro can hold that title.
Yeah, it wouldn't matter if someone like Brock Lesnar held it for months on end, because you have another championship.
Yeah. You have a delegate. If Cena ever lost the WWE title again, he's like, you know what? I see the World Heavyweight title is pretty hot. Why don't I go after this? You know, and then you have so many X amount of feuds that could happen. They have a whole roster full of talent that they're just not using because there's one big eccentric title. It needs to be split. That way you have two titles that they can go after constantly. You have all these big main eventers and you only have half of a mid card. And you take some of those main eventers and move them down to the mid card because you don't know what the hell to do with them anymore.
But anyway, funny how things change in a year.
Yeah.
WWE has ruined their characters.
Especially with all the injuries that have happened.
Rusev, his character has been destroyed. You're never going to see him come out on a tank again.
Nope.
Bad News Barrett, or King Barrett now, he can't be taken serious.
That's another guy. Wade Barrett would do really well if he had the World Heavyweight title on him. If they had split that title, Wade Barrett should be one of the guys to win that title.
Yeah. And R-Truth pretty much been ruined. And Dolph Ziggler. That's 4 people in a year that you've ruined that at this moment should be main eventing a pay-per-view.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, we should be having something like Rusev versus Kevin Owens for the top heel in the WWE.
But do we? No, we don't. Because right now, the only top heel in WWE
is a group that's treated like heels or like baby faces.
Yeah, it's New Day. And then underneath them is Kevin Owens. I mean, you have talent down in NXT that have got moved up. They could fill that mid-card slot if you move people up. Sami Zayn coming in here soon. You have Hideo Itami coming back from injury. Think about that. You have Sami Zayn win one of the mid-card titles. You have Hideo Itami win one of the mid-card titles. And then you could springboard that if Balor or somebody else is holding that title, there's your feud. There's the money-drawing feud. Again, they separate that title, it would work. Apparently nobody believes that in that company, though.
But anyway, I'm going to step away for a minute. Then we'll come back talk about TNA, NXT, and Lucha Underground, and then we'll go into the news and all that. But I need to refill my drinks. I'll be right back in
That's fine.
less than a minute.
Take a break. We'll take a break and then we'll come back.
I will literally be right back.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, I'm back whenever.
Okay, and we are back.
I had to make a quick detour.
Yeah. All right, so moving on to TNA and Lucha Underground. So first we'll go with TNA.
Let me get the results for TNA.
I have some results as well.
All right, February 2nd. And
February 2nd.
Unfortunately, the bad news for TNA, of course, is that for the past 2 weeks in a row, they have begun to lose ratings again.
Yet again. Even though they promised Pop TV like 1 million viewers.
No, they didn't promise him 1 million viewers. The owner of Pop said pretty much, we see that you got 1 million views, 1 million plus views on Spike TV. You can at least get that here. So whatever you have to do, get 1 million views, and we'll be good.
Yeah.
So of course now we come back, and it's been a week, or no, it's been over a week now since Matt Hardy destroyed Ethan Carter III, EC3. So it's rumored that he's coming back tonight. Videos shown of him entering the arena and now we get Matt Hardy with Tyrus Clay. Tyrus, the big bad funkadelic babysitter. And Reby, I'm going to get Awesome Kong Fired Sky in the ring.
We're on February 2nd, right?
Yes.
I think you kind of missed something. I think you're looking at the 9th, because
No, I'm literally looking. It says TNA Impact results 2/2/16 main event, Matt Hardy versus Kurt Angle, which happened 2 weeks ago.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I'm reading different ones. Because literally before Matt Hardy came out, there was an actual squash match of Bobby Lashley crushing Aiden O'Shea. Which
No, that happened after this.
Did it?
Yeah, they.
All right. I'm reading the wrong results then. Jesus.
TNA always starts out with
PWMania.com.
Huh?
Damn you, PWMania.com.
Go to WrestlingView.com.
Nah, might as well.
Or WrestleView.com, sorry. But, so anyway, they're in there talking about how Jeff Hardy was taken out, and they get. Hold on, I'm trying to read this. I kind of skipping parts here, but. So you have Eric Young and Bram interrupting Matt. They come out, interrupt him, talk about how Jeff Hardy didn't deserve his championship opportunity, and that since he is the King of the Mountain champion, he deserves to be next in line. Only to get interrupted by Kurt Angle. And of course, Kurt Angle is on this whole farewell tour. So let's cap that off or let's continue that by giving the man that's going to retire, that everybody knows is going to retire, a shot at the World Heavyweight Championship.
Right, yeah, which was an immediate strange move, just giving Kurt Angle a title match in general.
So that's your main event. But of course, you have Beer Money coming in and telling Matt to shut his mouth, talking about the brand. And of course, Beer Money starts brawling with Bram 2006 and Eric Young. And then commercial break. They come backstage and still playing off this whole Feast or Fire storyline. There's this thing with Drew Galloway and Tyrus telling Drew Galloway just to hand over the briefcase, and nothing goes wrong. And Drew Galloway pretty much just brushes him off and says whatever. Yeah. So then we get the Destroyer Lashley versus Aiden O'Shea,
which was literally a 5-minute squash match by my standing.
And of course, find out Lashley is going to be the final opponent on the farewell tour for Kurt Angle. So of course, Lashley wins, and all of a sudden we get this woman named Raquel, which, to be honest, I've kind of just blanked out during the storyline, so I have no idea what this Raquel chick's business is.
What it is literally she's just it's they haven't explained her as of yet. They say she just keeps approaching Lashley saying, I can bring you pain or I can bring you pleasure, and then just walks off. Like apparently they're either going to push her as his manager or she's part of something bigger. I don't know.
All right, so then after that we get a commercial. We come back and we get Maria walking to the ring. The manager for the Miracle, Mike Bennett, who hasn't done a single miracle yet, comes down.
I think he's won one match in TNA so far.
I don't even think he's fought yet, to be honest.
Well, the first time I actually watched it was he was in a match. So the first time I watched it in a year, yeah, because he was in a match against some jobber and he beat him pretty fairly.
Yeah. So anyway, she comes out talking about what she's passionate about, and that's women's wrestling. She goes on.
According to WWE.
Well, that's WWE. They don't like anyone from TNA. And she's talking about how the Knockouts division is broken, and she just keeps going on and on until eventually Gail Kim, a knockout who people are actually excited about, comes in and interrupts her. And pretty much they have this back and forth. And Gail pretty much attacks her, and Maria, despite her whole talk about her passion being women's wrestling, just backs out of the ring and walks away.
Yeah. Her saying that the Knockouts division is broken is pretty funny, coming from somebody who got released by WWE when the women's division was actually pretty much at its peak.
Well, if they would book it right, it could be at its peak right now.
Yeah.
So anyway, we get back from commercial break, and something that you will never see WWE do is have back-to-back promo segments where you see Beer Money thanking the Wolves for having their back the previous week and so on. And throughout this entire thing, they introduce this hardcore war match, which is something you will never see on WWE as well.
Mm-hmm.
So pretty much after commercial break, it's going to be this hardcore war match, which for those of you that don't know, it's where two people from the opposite teams come out and face each other in every 2 minutes, I think. It's either 2 minutes or 4 minutes.
I believe it was 2 minutes.
Okay, but every 2 minutes, a new person from any team comes out. And then it just continues, and there can be no pinfall victory until all 8 people have entered the ring. So it's going to be a hardcore war match.
So literally it's the Wolves and Beer Money against 2006's Bram, Eric Young, and Decay, Crazy Steve, and Abyss. Now the thing is with the hardcore war is that every person that made an entrance, they brought their own weapon, and that was the gist of the match.
I think I completely overlooked that part of it.
So literally they started out with Davey Richards from the Wolves coming out with a chair, and Crazy Steve coming out with a bat, which made him the man known as Steve.
The man called Crazy Steve.
Yeah, it literally.
Or no, the crazy man called Steve because he had a baseball bat with a chain on it.
Yeah, and he was wearing face paint, so he might as well have been Sting.
But I honestly have to say that Decay is probably the most interesting tag team on any of the companies, besides for
because you really don't know anything about them. That's the whole thing. Is like you just know that they're crazy, and you still have no idea what a business involvement is with Crazy Steve. And
I mean, Crazy Steve, you know him a little bit, but this Rosemary, who we just found out that's her name out of nowhere, she has the real mystery to her. But I mean, with Beer Money, they're just a bunch of rednecks, drunk rednecks. Bram and Eric Young, they're a bunch of
favorite tag team.
They're an awesome tag team, but
yeah.
So anyway, after that, we get Bram, I think.
Yeah, Bram comes out with a piece of a freaking turnbuckle, so he brought it from 2006 with him.
From the old TNA ring.
Yeah.
It was from Bound from Glory. So then we get Jesse James, who comes out with a keg.
James Storm.
Who did I say?
Jesse James.
Don't know why I said that. Sorry.
James Storm comes out with a keg of all freaking things, which he actually did use and hit people with. It was really funny.
And that spot where he just sticks the keg between Bram's legs and just hits it with a chair.
Yeah, it's like his nuts got sent back to 2006.
He got sent back to 1996 since he's from 2006. So then, before we get the commercial,
can we just give Bram like a time traveler gimmick? Say he's from 2006.
So then we have Eric Young come out with a Singapore cane or kendo stick, whatever we want to call it.
Yeah.
And then we go to commercial. And then upon coming back, it's Eddie,
who brought in another chair.
Oh yeah. It's weird. Some of these names, they have like literally right next to it in the parentheses what they brought out, and then other ones that just continues it. So I'm trying to find it.
Yeah.
But then after that, you get Abyss.
He brings out Janice, which is the spiked 2x4 that he's had since 2006.
And then finally, you get Bobby Roode, who it doesn't even say. Oh, he brought out a hockey stick of all things.
Yeah, because he's fucking Canadian. That's why.
And of course, Abyss doesn't use Janice one bit.
No, he doesn't.
The ref just takes it.
It's for show, pretty much.
But anyway, in the end, it's the winners are Decay and Bram, 2006, and Eric Young.
Yeah, which it kind of just seems like Decay at this point is going to win the tag titles, because they're supposed to have a Monsters Ball match this week on TNA.
Yeah.
So I kind of figure that Decay is going to win the titles, but expect Beer Money to cash in within the next couple weeks after that.
Yeah. Well, to be honest, I think either of them can win it.
Yeah, because it's supposed to be the Wolves against Decay and the Heart and the Monsters Ball match. So I'm guaranteeing either the Wolves retain by some weird standard, or Decay will pick up the win because it's their playground.
Yeah. So anyway, we get this backstage promo before going to commercial where it's Kurt Angle talking up Drew Galloway, telling him how he's going to be the face of TNA and he's the future. He's the Seth Rollins of TNA.
I wouldn't doubt that. Drew Galloway's really freaking good. It's a shame that the other company underutilized him by putting him in a 3-jobber stable.
Yeah. So, of course, that leads to the Chosen One, Drew Galloway, taking on the Funkasaurus babysitter known as Tyrus.
Funky's on a roll.
Which, I'm reading this right. The Miracle comes in, causes a distraction, and causes Drew Galloway to win by disqualification.
Yeah, because literally for some reason, right as Galloway was going for the win, Maria comes out. Do you believe in miracles? Blah blah blah, and then the lights cut out. Come back up. Tyrus is nowhere to be seen in the ring, by the way, and Galloway gets attacked by the Miracle Mike Bennett. And he hit him with with Drew's Feast or Fired case.
Yeah, and there's a huge, and of course they show off the huge dent in it.
Yeah.
So anyway, now we come back, and of course the week before we got this whole Gregory Shane Helms talking to Tigre Uno, making it seem like he's going to be fighting him for the title.
His name is Hurt Helms. His name is Hurt Helms. That's what I call him.
But Shane Helms comes out and says, "Oh, but it's not going to be me. It's going to be me who thinks that somebody. It's going to be who I think is."
It'd be somebody that was the next face of the company, is somebody that was trained by me. And my thought was Shannon Moore. I literally thought that for like a second. It's like, and he's a North Carolina kid. I'm like, that's Shannon Moore, right?
But so he introduces Trevor Lee.
Which this match wasn't that really good. It was kind of I don't know. I can't get behind this Trevor Lee kid. I really can't. He needs gear. Because the boots and the tights do not just like the no-legged tights don't fit him. He needs like gear. He needs like actual tights that go down to his ankles kind of gear. But the match finished with Trevor Lee hitting a Fisherman's Buster and pinning Tigre Uno for the X Division title. So expect Trevor Lee to run with that title for at least a little while before Tigre Uno wins it back and then eventually loses again.
So after that, it's time for the TNA World Heavyweight Championship match, which predictable because you're not going to give Kurt Angle the title on his farewell tour.
Oh, yeah, the EC3 promo before this, though.
Oh, yeah, that's right. There was I completely just... I somehow either went down too far because it didn't even...
The EC3 promo was pretty much him saying, he expected me to go crazy. They expected me to lose it. He received the worst beating of his life from Matt Hardy, and that he just wants to win, and that he congratulates Matt Hardy on beating him, but to watch his back, that he will be back for that World Heavyweight title, and he will be taking back what is his.
So yeah, the return of EC3 is going to be next week on TNA.
Which TNA was in the UK, so.
So now we have the World Championship fight.
Right.
Which I don't even remember any of this, to be honest. I had this whole thing recorded, by the way, and watched it 2 days later, to where I could just sit down and literally watch it all the way through, and I do not remember this match.
It was pretty back and forth match, except for the fact that Kurt Angle hit Matt with about 13 fucking German suplexes during this match, which actually legitimately surprised me that he actually didn't win from that.
Well, it's not Brock Lesnar logic.
But of course, Tyrus interfered in the match and blah blah blah.
So typical heel champion.
Yeah. Matt, does that whole thing of he hits the twist of fate, Kurt kicks out at 2 and can't believe it, blah blah blah. He went up to the top. I think he was actually going to do like a moonsault or something. And Tyrus stops him, kicks him away. Rebby gets up there, stops him, and Matt comes over and he crotches him and he hits him with like a huge twist of fate from the top rope and pins him 1, 2, 3, and Matt Hardy picks up the win. Literally, the highlights of this match was Kurt Angle hitting every single German suplex and taking like 4 twists of fates and kicking out. And Kurt Angle taking 4 twists of fates and kicking out, yeah. Then he took the super twist of fate and then, he got pinned and lost.
But
you kind of figured that they weren't going to allow Kurt to win the title that easily, especially after Matt just won it 2 weeks ago.
Well, that, and it just makes no sense for Kurt Angle to be wanting to become the champion when he's done in a month.
Yeah. Because it seemed like they were setting up him and Lashley feuding for the title, or him and Lashley feuding for the title. Because at one point Lashley confronted them and said, "Hey, wouldn't it be awesome that my last match against you was in the same place that you beat me before, and if I beat you for the title there, that would be one hell of a way to end your career."
No, that was Drew Galloway.
No, yeah, because. No, Lashley had confronted him earlier in the night too and told him that.
Well, Lashley's whole thing, from what I remember him talking to him, was that
because he was pissed that Angle had ended his winning streak, but they were going to be in the same place as before when Lashley faces Kurt Angle for the very last time, Kurt Angle's last match, and it would be awesome if Kurt Angle had the title and that Lashley would get his vengeance and beat Kurt Angle in the same place for the title and leave him with nothing at the end of his career. That's why Lashley came off as kind of a heel for that reason.
All right, but I can see why the numbers went down for TNA. I mean, the X Division Championship means nothing because
nobody knows who the champion is. They need to actually explain who the champion is so people understand who the hell he is. People just know him as Trevor Lee. He got trained by Hura Helms, and then that's it.
Well, that, and it's nothing special anymore.
Yeah,
the X Division isn't special anymore because you can go to WWE and see someone like Seth Rollins, who would have been in the X Division, as world champion.
Yeah, I mean, literally, there's nobody recognizable in the X Division at this point. If I were to ask a wrestling fan about TNA's X Division and ask them who's the current champion right now, they wouldn't know.
But what they should do is they should just change the X Division Championship into an Intercontinental title, make it an upper mid-card belt.
Well, that's why they have the King of the Mountain title. That's the upper mid-card belt.
I always treated that as kind of a world.
The X Division is sort of the United States Cruiserweight title, pretty much, at this point.
So they I don't know what you can say about the X Division to save it anymore.
They need to get more recognizable faces in there, because not everybody knows who Tigre Uno is. Not everybody knows who Trevor Lee is. Not everybody knows who Zima Ion is. And I mean, sure, there's a bunch of indie guys, but if people don't watch the indies and don't look up who these people are, then they're not going to know, and that's why the X Division does so poorly.
And then you look at there was only 5 matches on this card. One of them was just a squash for Lashley, and then all the promos just centered around these 5 matches, and they didn't continue any storyline that would go into next week.
Yeah.
Or that we didn't see a promo for a match that we didn't see this week that we will see next week. It's literally like they're writing it show to show and just caring about the main ones, and I can see why it's dropped in ratings.
Yeah.
The Hardcore War was probably this whole decay thing is probably the best part of TNA until they really start building the championship EC3 Matt Hardy feud, which even then is going to start to get stale since we've seen this before Bound for Glory last year. So eventually it's going to run its course where people are tired of seeing these same three people. But anyway, that's TNA from 2 weeks ago. Moving on to the follow-up show. Okay, here's TNA. Okay. So TNA on Tuesday, the 9th. And it's funny, they've lost ratings every time Jeff Hardy hasn't been on TV.
Of course.
So, of course, we start off this week, and it's Matt Hardy again with all of them. I love on this site, it says, Rebby Sky looks pretty good for a chick that just got assaulted by Awesome Kong.
Yeah, I mean,
and this is the
story.
And this is the official start of the UK tour.
Yeah. So literally,
fucking bullshit.
What?
Denny Hamlin just won.
Oh. All right. So literally, it opens up with Matt, Tyrus, and Rebby Sky, of course. This is I gotta add in something. Is it the UK tour? I kept seeing over freaking Twitter Matt bitching in his heel, taking it outside the company thing.
Keeping kayfabe alive.
Really keeping kayfabe alive. Which, who gives a fuck? You're not on TV at the moment. You don't have to do that. Him being the heel, he says, "Man, the UK fans suck a whole lot of ass, man. They upset my kid and they upset my wife, and they were not nice people at all." I'm like, really? UK fans are pretty good, man. They're a lot better than, say Canada, where they like boo the wrong people and cheer the wrong ones as well.
So, anyway, comes out and he's talking this whole speech about EC3 coming back and how he is a cancer on TNA, and he's demanding that Dixie Carter fire him.
Because it would be best for business, right?
Yeah, because he's apparently part of the authority.
That's what it is, literally. That's what it feels like. Actually, now that you mention it, it feels like that. Like, Matt's the suit-wearing champion, Triple H. You have his partner, his wife, who is obviously the vocal piece and of the two. The voice in his ear as a Rebby Sky and Stephanie McMahon. And then you have the big old bodyguard and Tyrus and Kane.
Tyrus Kane / the Big Show.
/ the Big Show, yeah.
So anyway, that leads into the first commercial break, and we come back, and it's Dixie Carter showing up to the arena, which leads us into our first match, which is Lashley versus Bram from 2006.
Lashley had to time travel back to 2006 to fight Bram.
Or Bram had to go forward.
Yeah.
Go back to the future. And yes, I did have to say that. So anyway, it's just another squash match to hype up the whole Angle versus Lashley one last time.
Yeah, he actually beats Bram, and of course, EY Eric Young tries to interfere in the match, but he gets his, and then Bram gets hit with a spear, and he gets pinned 1, 2, 3. So that squashed.
So then we have Kurt Angle come down to the ring, and he starts talking about his farewell. And then Oh, here we go. So they're promoting Drew Galloway, and I remember this now because I just actually watched this a couple days ago. Kurt Angle is coming down, saying his goodbyes almost as if to compete with Daniel Bryan. And then all of a sudden, he gets interrupted by the Miracle Mike Bennett, who comes down to the ring.
Oh, it's the Miracle Heath Bennett.
He's
the Miracle Mike Slater. And I say that because if you saw TNA that week, for fuck's sake, Mike Bennett stole Heath Slater's damn haircut, and he's wearing fucking sunglasses as well. He looked like Heath Slater if Heath Slater had brown hair.
So anyway, he comes out and saying, you know, Kurt, since this is your retirement tour, how great would it be if you fought, if it was Kurt Angle versus the Miracle, Mike Bennett. Kurt Angle does his reply. He fights him out of the ring. And Kurt Angle gets on the mic and says he only fights people he respects, and that's why he's fighting Drew Galloway. So it was almost like, what was the point of Mike Bennett coming out here and shooting that promo besides to just get heat on him? It's not going to set up for a match, so why even do it?
I don't know. They want to push the Miracle Mike Bennett for like to be an actual legitimate contender. And I can see that because, you know, he is actually a pretty big name because he wrestled in NJPW and a few other promotions.
Ring of Honor.
Yeah.
Like, they'll be talking more about his Ring of Honor stuff than they do as a NJPW.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, I could see them maybe pushing him for the King of the Mountain title, but not like the world title.
Yeah.
That would not make any sort of sense unless Drew Galloway, they actually do have plans for Drew Galloway to win the title. Then maybe they could further the Mike Bennett Drew Galloway feud, but
so then,
I don't know.
So then after that, we get a rematch for the X Division Championship, which not really much to talk about here. Trevor Lee goes over Tigre Uno again.
It feels like it was almost the same match as last week, you know?
Yeah. So we get that match, and then we cut to this backstage promo. It's Bobby Roode leading Jesse James to the Pyro. God damn it! Why do I keep saying that? James Storm, sorry, to the Pyro room that's been relabeled the Beer Money room, to where he has a surprise for him, which turns out to be the Boozer Cruiser, which is
it's literally a beer cooler on wheels. Motorized.
So then they take it out to the ring. We get commercial, and then they're out in the ring talking about how they're going to cash in their Money in the Bank tag team title match, or
might as well be
briefcase, only to get interrupted by Rosemary, who's holding the titles, talking about how everybody's going after these pretty things, but eventually all pretty things rot and decay and everything, and asking Beer Money to join their side and rot away with them pretty much. So instead of challenging for the tag team titles, they're like, well, it seems like you guys want to fight, so what do you say we fight? So we get this impromptu match where it's Beer Money versus the Decay, which was a pretty good match for the most part. Only for the Wolves to come out. Or no, there was a...
It was a weird ending. Yeah. It was a weird ending to this match too, because they had hit Crazy Steve with the DWI and got the 2 count, but Abyss, for some reason or another, pulled the referee and started like attacking him, and then the ref just DQ'd the match.
Mm-hmm. So then after that, they started attacking Beer Money, and then the Wolves come out and save them, to where DK, or Rosemary pretty much, I think it was her, but someone in the DK challenge says, or no, it was the Wolves giving them a shot for their titles, and then DK replies by saying, okay, let's make this a Monsters Ball match. and they accept. So next week we're going to have a tag team championship match in a Monster Ball match. The Wolves, in a match that it seems like anybody can win at this point.
Yeah.
As we talked about earlier.
The Monsters Ball match, which for those that don't know, it's a hardcore match, but it's not an Extreme Rules match. It's literally anything goes, any weapon goes, you can use anything. I think pinfalls count anywhere. No. Pinfalls only count in the ring. So yeah. Which is weird because it's a hardcore match. You figure pinfalls would count anywhere.
Yeah. So then after that, we get probably a funny segment that I've seen in a while. You see Grotto come jump over the guard railing, get into the ring, and talking about how he got screwed and how he has proof. And then Eli Drake comes out with his security guards trying to chase him out of the ring. Grotto lays him out and continues to run backstage with his proof. But following that, we get a knockout match. We get Madison Rayne versus Jade, which, unlike WWE, a women's match that you can actually look forward to.
Yeah, it was actually a decent match. I enjoyed watching it.
And of course,
Madison Rayne isn't really one well known for her wrestling, but watching both her and Jade go at it was actually pretty good. I thought that match went over really well.
And ultimately, Jade ends up winning. But
it puts the Dollhouse over more as a heel group. So
after that, they start attacking Madison Rayne, and then Gail Kim comes out, which I'm hoping sets up Gail Kim versus Jade.
Yeah.
Which is a match that I would actually pay for, much like Asuka versus Bayley.
Yeah. So legit, the finish of the match was Jade hitting a package pile driver on Madison Rayne. No idea that was her finisher. I fucking marked for that. I was like, holy shit. Package pile driver in a knockouts match? Get the fuck out of here.
So then after that, we come back from commercial, get this backstage where it's Billy Corgan, who Grotto runs up to, saying that he's got to help him because he has the proof that he's getting screwed, only for Grotto to get attacked by Eli Drake, which then sends us to our main event of Kurt Angle versus Drew Galloway for the second time.
Yeah. And this match was actually really good. It was very back and forth. Both men were really well prepared for this match. They did really well.
Kurt Angle getting busted open.
Yeah. I legit thought that there's a Future Shock DDT in the match. I legit thought that was the end and this match was going to end early. But he kicked out. I was like, whoa. There was a couple times where I actually thought Galloway was going to tap out, too, at one point or another from Kurt using the ankle lock. Yeah, I don't like the fact that one of his finishers is is just like a running flying boot to the face, and they call it the Claymore. Like, that's such a weird name for a move of that nature.
Yeah. The name makes sense considering his heritage, but
yeah, it's a weird name for a move of that. Like, they could have come up with something better. But you just hear, and it doesn't register well when it's like a big hype match like this, and he hits it, and you just hear fucking the Pope in the background. He hit the Claymore. He hit the Claymore. What? What?
So anyway, it ends with Drew Galloway getting the crossface on Kurt Angle. And of course, right after the match, they have this whole face-to-face thing where Drew raises Kurt's hand and so on and so forth, showing the respect the two of them have for each other.
Mm-hmm.
And now there's only 2 matches left in the career of Kurt Angle on TNA before eventually we see him at WrestleMania 33. So then now we finally get. Oh, and I did forget to mention one promo. We see Revy Sky go up to Dixie Carter at one point.
Yeah.
And I don't remember what she said to her because I had someone in my ear while I was.
It was something of like, Matt doesn't know I'm here, but it was pretty much her being the voice of Matt, being the voice in Matt's ear and saying, if it's best for business, you'll know what to do. You're a smart businesswoman. You need to do the right thing.
So anyway, for the final segment of the night, Matt Hardy calls out Dixie Carter. Dixie Carter comes out and pretty much being indecisive towards firing EC3. And Matt Hardy just, oh, please do not tell me that's for. Okay, good. It was just the TNA website that went down for a second. I got a pop up from my internet saying that problem occurred something and fuck. So anyway, okay. So Matt Hardy is talking about all the shit that EC3 did, about the whole lawsuit for the championship and everything like that. So he pretty much gets Dixie Carter into a corner, and then all of a sudden, Rockstar Spud comes out.
And can I mention that the fact that Matt Hardy throwing a goddamn temper tantrum was not the most appropriate thing to do with your champion? I get that they're pushing him off as like he's afraid of EC3 and he doesn't want him to come back. But like having him throw like, you need to do this now, blah blah blah, like really high pitched voice, like whining like a little kid who didn't get him a toy. He didn't get a toy. Like that was kind of excessive.
Well, then how about the whole Seth Rollins crying about a fucking statue thing?
Oh, I didn't care. I was like, well, the thing is that the statue thing was a fucking stupid thing anyway, and I knew at some point somebody was going to destroy it, so.
No, but to have him crying over it, trying to figure out where his statue is and yelling about it, I'd much rather take what Matt Hardy's doing, because that at least drives storyline and garners some hatred towards Matt Hardy, and this hatred that Matt Hardy has towards EC3. It at least builds that up. Seth Rollins crying about a statue just makes him seem like a whiny little bitch champion. So anyway, Rockstar Spud comes out and really gives it to Matt on the mic anyway. Mm-hmm. Only for, I think, Tyrus to take him out.
Yeah, Tyrus took him out.
So then immediately Matt Hardy and Tyrus just corner.
So, by the way, that's another thing. Why does Tyrus use the fucking Big E's finisher as his finisher?
No idea.
It's literally the big ending, and that's how Big E hits it. But what the fuck? Anyway, yeah. But they cornered Dixie Carter. EC3 comes out, with all the huge things, lights cut
and all that shit.
Yeah, lights cut out. EC3. He brushes the ring. He attacks Tyrus, blah blah blah, and Matt and Revy retreat, and that's literally the end of TNA for that week.
Well, he goes up to Dixie Carter for a moment, and then just walks off, and that's how the show ends.
Yeah. So I know for a fact during the UK tour, I saw a Vine of it. At one point, I guess it was after the show had gone off the air. At some point, EC3 will get his hands on Matt Hardy during the UK tour. And apparently, after the show went off the air, EC3 tried to do the people's elbow in a stick-sided ring. and he ended up landing on Matt's the wrong side to do it. So.
But this show is a lot better though than the last week's show. And I'm not just saying that because Jade had a match for once.
Yeah, it definitely was a lot better than the week prior.
I mean, after the first two matches, that's when it really got going.
Yeah. The knockout, literally the knockouts match was really good. The tag team match was pretty good with Beer Money and Decay, and then you had
Drew.
Angle Galloway 2, which was spectacular. One of the matches of the week.
Yeah. Just stop doing Lashley squash matches versus people.
Yeah,
Versus
I know you're setting up for him to be strong and everything, but come on, the dude's how big and how muscular. I think he's pretty strong already.
a guy named The Destroyer doesn't need to show it in squash matches.
Yeah,
And then the
no
X
joke.
Division, I mean, just nobody cares. And if people did care, it would have been on the first episode of Pop. But we didn't
Right.
get it on the first episode on the debut of Pop, so why should we care about the X Division?
Yeah.
But anyway, that's TNA. Just wonder where it's going to go next week.
It should be interesting, at least.
If we can, real quick before we go into Lucha Underground, go into TNA and at least talk about the main event, since that was really the only important thing that happened the past 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Besides for Finn Balor having an amazing match with Apollo Crews.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right. We go into NXT on Wednesday as well. We'll go into NXT. We'll go back and forth. I'll do 1 week of NXT. I'll do 1 week of Lucha Underground. You can do 1 week of NXT, and then we'll do another one, and then we'll
I was just going to talk about the main event for NXT this week.
Okay, yeah. We can. Yeah, let's talk about. We'll do that first, then. We'll do that
but
first, then.
since you're really the one who watched Lucha Underground, I'll let you talk about it.
Oh, okay.
Since I'm literally out of the loop with Lucha Underground.
Okay, so it will be Lucha Underground. Here it is. Okay, so Lucha Underground Season 2, Episode 2, which was the 3rd of February. So we started off the night. It was like a backstage. It's kind of like a backstage promo. It was Prince Puma, just kind of working out. He was just having flashbacks of him losing the title to Mil Muertes. Pentagon arrives. Being the heel that he is. He thanks him for last week and reveals that we're going to be partners tonight, and that he's going to continue breaking bones for his master, and that they will once they finish off the Disciples of Death tonight, that Puma will be next, and that he's not going to stand in his way of the title or whatever. And they get into like this really cool Enter the Dragon-esque fight. So then we get into the temple. They're talking. Matt Striker, Vampiro, blah blah blah, yada yada. Which was played up throughout the whole night, by the way. Matt Striker was constantly pestering Vampiro about Pentagon Jr. He was pestering Vampiro about Pentagon Jr. What he did last week was on his orders, and so on and so forth. The first match of the night is the returning Johnny Mundo, or as the fans call him, Johnny Zero, or as the uncensored fans call him, Johnny Puto, versus the returning Killshot. Both really good match, fast paced. Both guys getting great spots. Killshot kicked out of the C4, the flipping move that he does, that Johnny Mundo does. Then there was a spot in the match that got my spot of that week, like a moment of that week, which was the sickest thing. I think it was so fucking disgusting in a good way. Mundo got hung up on the second rope, like in the middle rope, and was kind of just hanging off the ropes. Killshot steps over, super kick to the chin, and then cradle DDTs him into the mat from the second rope. And it was just the sickest thing. But Mundo still kicked out at 2. Of course, there's a ref bump. The ref goes down. Mundo gets a cheap low blow shot, takes out kill shot, hits the Starship Pain pin or the end of the world as they call it, and he pins him 1, 2, 3. Mundo picks up the win. Post match promo, he cuts on Mil Muertes, that is saying, "Hey, I'm coming for the title, and you better beware." And then out comes Cage, the returning Cage, with a really weird looking mohawk. And he's like, he's actually a face for some reason at this point. But, he's like, he's glad to be back. And, that once that Mill's arm heals up, if he wants a real challenger, he'll come after his title. And that, he's just bagging on Mundo. And the last time that, if like he wanted the title, he would have to go, then Mundo would have to go through Cage. And he's like, correct me if I'm wrong, but the last time we fought, I kicked your ass. Mundo tried to sneak attack him when Cage came down to the ring, but Mundo got a huge shoulder block that sent him flying for his trouble, and he rolled out of the ring. Cut to somewhere else. Marty the Moth still has Sexy Star captured in almost Silence of the Lambs-esque moment, and that his sister would be showing up and blah, 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 and that it was time to make their return to the temple. So I'm almost certain we'll see Marty the Moth and Sexy Star here sometime in the next couple weeks for Lucha Underground. And then we'll get the a video package for the Darewolf PJ Black, aka Justin Gabriel. He shows up. They're having his debut match is against the Mac, which apparently the Mac is super over right now with the fans and everyone loves him. They go back and forth. There's a lot of chops in the match, a lot of kicks and forearms. And at one point, PJ Black actually hit a blue thunder bomb on friggin' Willie Mack, which was really impressive. A guy his size picking up the size of Willie Mack. But the finish, it was kind of iffy at some point, but it was actually a really good finish. PJ Black went up for a springboard, but Matt caught him in a catch stunner and pinned him 1, 2, 3. I know a lot of people had a lot of problems with him losing his debut match against the Mac, but you really can't put him against the Mac. What?
I was one of them.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, he's a debuting guy. He should have won his debut match, but again, he's going to be in Lucha Underground for some time, and he'll definitely be one of the bigger name guys in the company, especially if they do Gift of the Gods again. He's definitely going to be in there. The kid's got talent for days. He's using it in the right place in Lucha Underground. There's a lot of high flyers in there. Definitely can see him feuding with Johnny Mundo later on. So he may have lost this match, but he still has many wins to come. So then we get another video package of this masked woman just killing all these other evil luchadors and people. Her name is Cobra Moon, and she would be debuting next week, which is really interesting because she's an interesting character, and I'll get to that when I get to the other week. Of course, we finish with the main event, Prince Puma and Pentagon against the Disciples of Death. The whole thing of Puma comes out, he stares down Mill from his throne, and then they do. There a lot of the match was a lot of high spots from all the guys, which is interesting because we've never gotten to see that many high spots out of the Disciples of Death. They're more of a ground and pound group, but seeing the high spots out of this match was pretty good. All of them did really well. they use their numbers, of course, the 3-on-2 to attack both guys and keep them down for a majority of the match. But they were, both Pentagon and Puma were too much for them and held them down and kept them from um, being too powerful. Of course, it was a good match all around. There's a lot of good spots throughout this match, especially the spot of Pentagon sitting one of the Disciples of Death in a chair. He was about to get dived on, but he moved out of the way and he hit the other guy in the chair, which was a really good spot. Of course, Puma ends the match, hits the Michinoku driver on one of the Disciples of Death. He goes up for the 630 splash. And right as he's about to do it, Pentagon tags himself in. He hits the 630. Pentagon slides in like a heel and gets the pin 1, 2, 3. He beats they beat the trio's champions. But post match they brawled, with one another. Pentagon hit the lung blower on Puma, and he went to break Puma's arm, but Puma escaped. The war may have been, the battle was over, but the war will still go on between these two. And right as the show is ending, you see Dragon Azteca meditating. Someone speaks to him about the power of the mask that he has, and is that it's now his time to inherit the Dragon Azteca mask and forge his own path. And the guy who handed the mask said, but I'm pretty happy with the mask I chose myself. And in comes from out of the shadows Rey Mysterio, and then that's what ends Lucha Underground for that week.
Oh, sweet! I came back just in time.
So then on to Lucha Underground for February 10th, which was actually, a lot of people didn't like episode 2, but I did, as because it was setting a lot of things up. It was preparing, like who's going to challenge the champion and what's going to happen with all this, everything that's going on that's happening. And all the background stuff, setting up Dragon Azteca and setting up Rey Mysterio and doing a whole bunch of other things. So, of course, we get the opening to the show, and then first match of the night, Bengala shows up. The first match is Bengala versus the debuting Cobra Moon. It was back and forth for a little bit. Of course, Bengala was a bit slow in this match, but he had a few spots in this match that I really actually enjoyed. And there's one to where Cobra Moon ended up in like a sitting position, and he kicked her right in the fucking face, and you just hear this loud clap off that super kick. I was like, oh my god. And literally the word or words of this week for that Lucha Underground is super kick, because there were a lot of them in this episode, and there were a lot of loud hits off of them. And of course, Cobra Moon, the debuting Cobra Moon, eventually she she catches Bengala off guard, and she catches him in a dragon sleeper but she uses all of her body weight by climbing on, like literally being on his back, wrapping her legs around his torso and everything, and like almost like a snake, and just choking him until he actually passed out, and she won her debut match, which it's cool. She has like this whole thing where she comes to the ring. She's wearing like all these the feather collar and like the mask to hide her face, much like in the way of Asuka would if she wore like that mask or whatever. But she does. It's weird because her one thing is that she like slithers her tongue much like a snake would, and it's just weird seeing a human do that as opposed to an animal. I don't know if they plan to keep doing that or not, but it was like really weird for them to have them that. I get that they're trying to pass her as like really sexy and everything, but it was just kind of weird. Of course, we get of course Katrina. We go back. Katrina's in the office and she's running everything now. Phoenix is back. He wants his damn title back and he wants revenge against King Cuerno. Blah blah blah. Cut to commercial. We come back, this is the hypest promo all week long, really. Way back in a millennia ago during the Aztec times, you see this kid who's just like drawing drawing symbols in the sand, and see this other guy who's presumably like the father or somebody, and you hear the kid say, "The man from space has come back." And you see, him. You see the man talking to him off screen. He's like talking about the seven Aztec tribes that are about to go to war and them trying to prevent it, and how, of course, on screen walks Aerostar, who apparently is a time traveler now, not only a spaceman but a time traveler, and we end up, finding out, the seven Aztec tribes about to go to war, and Aerostar is trying to prevent it in the future, so he has to now go back to the temple. He's like, I'm going to go back to the temple and try to stop this from happening, and that the tribes need to be reunited. That if they don't, they're only going to destroy themselves, and that they need to be saved. And of course, he's like, all right, and he just takes off and he flies off and everything. It was such a good promo. It was such a Robert Rodriguez thing to do. So that means Aerostar will be back sometime in the next couple weeks as well. Of course, back to present day. Katrina confronts King Cuerno, and he's like, he didn't kill the Phoenix like she had told him to. That he needed to end him, and that hey, if you don't, Mill's going to be very unhappy, and that that we're on the same side here, so we both want what's best for us and Mill, to have him keep the champion, and blah blah blah. That they were going to have a non-title match against Phoenix. That he was going to have a non-title match against Phoenix tonight, which would be a last luchador standing match, which in essence was a last man standing match. The next match was, of course, announced earlier in the week, was Jack Evans against Drago. They were really going back and forth with it. There's a lot of counters in this match. They're doing some pretty good spots. There's one spot in this match where Drago like slapped Jack Evans, and he did like a freaking corkscrew in the air and just landed on his back. It was pretty great. They they were doing the whole thing of Jack Evans being a big heel or whatever, and Drago tried to put him into a submission, and he bit his thumb to try to like break out of it. It was really cool back and forth. Definitely a lot of high spots. Drago tried to finish him with like I think his finisher is like that roll up move that he does, but I don't know if that's the case. But Jack Evans turns it around, he backslides, and he does that bridge with the backslide. He, of course, another instance of somebody putting their feet on the ropes to win a match this week. And of course, immediately denying it on Twitter later on, which I saw was pretty funny. But Jack Evans gets the win over Drago, and he declares himself the Dragon Slayer and blah blah blah. And of course, so it's obvious that Drago versus Jack Evans is probably going to be a good feud to watch. So then we cut to a video package of Tejano just chilling out in a bar somewhere, with two guys in masks, and then he starts beating everybody's ass in the bar, and then you can hear him narrating that the whole thing about him getting his ass kicked by Chavo and Blue Demon Jr., that he's going to come back and get the vengeance on him that he wants. And as soon as he's done beating up everybody in the bar, he goes up to like the bartender and hands her like money and says, "Keep him coming," and like drinks his beer again. Tejano's coming back next week. Of course, we cut to Prince Puma backstage. Katrina pretty much egging him on, saying that who does he pray to? Because Conan basically died last season when they put him in that coffin, and that if he had ever asked whoever for forgiveness, and that he's going to be facing Pentagon Jr. next week in a one-on-one match. So it's going to be pretty hype. Of course, and we end it with the last Luchador standing match, which was the Gift of the Gods champion King Cuerno against Phoenix. Hugely one-sided match for a while where Cuerno just laid into Phoenix. Of course, Phoenix mounted the comeback. They went back and forth. Good spots in this match to where, Phoenix caught Cuerno with a super kick and probably almost took his head off with it. Cuerno hit the Infleche de Infierno, the arrow from hell, like from ring post to ring post. That was a great dive. Both men, just started going off. There's a ladder that got involved, and eventually, there was a table set up, and Phoenix headed to like the top of former Dario Cueto's office, and Cuerno checked the bathroom, and Phoenix caught him off guard, punched him a couple times, pushed him down through the table. Went Cuerno, which just exploded, by the way, and that's where Cuerno couldn't answer the 10 count. Phoenix picks up the win, and we are all left wondering. What's going to happen, next week on Lucha Underground. Cut to the end promo, the high security area. Her name is Captain Vasquez, and she's meeting with someone named Officer Reyes, aka Ricky Reyes, Cortez of the Crew from last season. He's actually a cop, and that he was getting close to Chavo and Blue Demon, and that they invited him back to the temple, and that his main objective is to find Dario Cueto and take him out. And he shows her like the picture of Mill and Katrina and everything, that they're running everything now, and that she's like, was like, he thought he was getting taken off the case, but she's like, "No, I'm bringing someone else in to help you." And in walks this motherfucker with slick back hair, a porno mustache, sunglasses, more so aviators, and a lollipop in his mouth. Motherfucking Joey Ryan is going to be in Lucha Underground soon. And their one mission is to bring down Dario Cueto. And I can't wait for Joey Ryan. I've seen what he has to offer. I watched him in TNA, and I've seen some stuff from his indie runs. He's actually a pretty good guy. He's actually really funny in the ring too. He knows how to like sell really well and do some really funny spots in the ring. So I can't wait to see what he brings to the Lucha Underground ring. And that would be Lucha Underground from the past couple weeks. Pretty good. I do look forward to this week. I can't wait to see what else we're going to get brought.
But yeah, so far, besides for the whole Justin Gabriel loss, seems like they're still flowing their guns as the best product as far as a wrestling / television show there is.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, I guess NXT next.
Yeah, go for it.
So pretty much just some background. Right now, they're looking for Finn Balor's next challenger for the title, and of course, a couple weeks ago they had a three-way between the Oil Baron, Baron Corbin, versus Sami Zayn and Samoa Joe. Both Sami Zayn and Samoa Joe got a submission on Baron Corbin at the same time and made him submit.
Yeah.
So now William Regal has said there's going to be a rematch between Sami Zayn and Baron Corbin. Winner goes on to face Finn Balor at what is assumed to be NXT TakeOver Dallas, or whatever military term they want to use for it.
NXT TakeOver Muscle. NXT TakeOver
Shield.
Shield.
Shield reunion confirmed. So anyway, that match is coming up next week. Also, we have the Vaudevillains trying, and Enzo Amore and Big Cass trying to put themselves in contention for the NXT Tag Team Championships. But I forget who they're currently held by. So
the NXT tag titles.
Yeah.
I think it's not Blake and Murphy. I think it's isn't it the American Alphas?
No, is it?
Oh.
Either way, so they're both trying to establish themselves. Of course, Enzo and Cass are going to be moving up to WWE relatively soon, if rumors are to be believed, especially with them being backstage at both Raw and SmackDown.
Let's hope they debut at Mania to face the New Day for the tag titles.
Yeah.
Because can you imagine 70,000 plus people saying, "How you doing?" That'd be fucking amazing.
But anyway, also leading into what we're going to be talking about, Carmella beat, I think it was Emma, for the number one contendership of the NXT Women's Champion title. So now she's going to face Bayley on this past Wednesday's NXT, and that's where we take on from there. Because really, there was nothing else that really happened besides for one match with Elias Sampson, which was actually pretty good.
Hey, Bayley. I want to know, will you be my girl? Hey.
Let's take over London, sir. But
I
also,
I just saw that chant today, and I'm like, God damn, dude! I wanted to be there to hear that chant live.
Yeah, and there's also this great match with Finn Balor and Apollo Crews, which Finn Balor won. But anyway, main event, it's Carmella, who is the female Enzo Amore.
Bada bing, hottest chick in the ring.
Pretty much facing Bayley, her best friend, for the NXT Women's Championship. So, and she's coming out with Nia Jax, otherwise known as Hulk Hogan Leg Drop 2.0.
Not nearly as good.
Or negative 2.0, considering how bad she did.
The worst leg drop I think I've ever seen.
But no, we both watched that match, and it was a pretty good match.
Yeah, actually, it was very back and forth. It was a very good match, well competitive. I kind of wish that they would have ended it with the Bayley to Belly, but they ended it off a roll up. I was kind of like, that means Carmelo should at least get another shot at it.
Yeah, that was a bad way to finish a match.
So yeah, they should have ended it off the Bayley to Belly, because it kind of felt like that was the only match they were gonna have. But if that's the case, then why didn't she get a title shot anyway? You know, that's the weird thing.
And I just realized I messed up. I said that Nia Jax came out with Bayley or not Bailey, Carmella. She didn't.
She came out with all botch everything.
Yeah, after the match, Eva Marie and Carmella, or not Carmella, god damn it. Nia Jax come out and attack Carmella. That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
And then Bailey comes in and does the save. Or God, I'm losing my mind.
Yeah. No, Bailey, you're having a stroke. Okay. So Bailey tries to make the save, but she gets beat up by Nia Jax, gets thrown down, and they take Carmella over into the ring. And what proceeds is that the worst leg drop I think I've ever seen somebody do in the WWE. Whew, boy, man. Someone needs to work on Nia Jax's leg drops because I don't know who taught her to do those, but man, that was BAD bad.
Or in WWE's case, BADD. For anyone that watches the Bad Blood pay-per-view.
But, of course, after the match,
the best
part is when Asuka comes down to make the save. There's the stare down of Asuka and Nia Jax, and they just back off. Her and All Botch everything just back off and go out of the ring. Bailey comes in, to check on Carmella, and she comes face to face with Asuka, and Asuka just proceeds to reach out and stroke the title, throwing down her gauntlet to Bailey, saying, with a smile, she leaves the ring, pretty much saying that, yeah, I'm coming for that title.
So hopefully for NXT Takeover Dallas / Shield / whatever military term you want to insert here, it will be Bailey taking on Asuka, with Asuka winning the championship. That would be the best booking.
Because if it sounds right, because they have ample of time for NXT to build that feud between Bailey and Asuka, and if it's what I think it is, they plan on moving Bailey up to have a possible Bailey versus Sasha 3, but for the Divas title now instead of the NXT Women's title.
That's going to be changed to the Women's title after Sasha Banks wins it.
I don't know, but they really should change it because that would make more sense.
WWE has pretty much has put signs out there that they're wanting to change that belt.
Okay, thank God, because that would make more sense. So they'd have Bailey versus Sasha, maybe versus Becky as well for the women's title.
Yeah.
That would be so legit. It would be great.
So anyway, just Bailey versus Asuka alone will make NXT Takeover Dallas / military term already better than WrestleMania.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's the biggest thing happening on NXT right now.
Well, we have one other big thing, and we know that it's supposed to happen in NXT TakeOver Dallas, but
I meant as far as like a current feud going on.
Yeah.
I do know the whole Shinsuke Nakamura, who hopefully would be awesome if they brought him in, renamed him Shinji, and paired him with Asuka.
Yeah. And we know that he's supposed to face Sami Zayn at NXT TakeOver Dallas because WWE's already confirmed that, regardless of now whether he's passed the test, the little drug test, pending,
The medical test.
Yeah, the medical test. We haven't really heard much of anything on that as of yet, so I'm assuming he still hasn't taken it. So I'm not really sure what's going to happen with that.
Yeah.
I still say that if Sami Zayn doesn't, the way I think it is, if he's already has this match at NXT TakeOver Dallas, that's kind of obvious now that Samoa Joe is going to win next week, and that Sami Zayn faces, he builds up this feud with Shinsuke for, NXT TakeOver Dallas, kind of like that. I'd be honored to face you. at our biggest event in Dallas the night, like the day before like the Wednesday before WrestleMania or whatever. To perform in front of a crowd of thousands and thousands of people for NXT, and just say, let's do this, And of course, if they want to book it the right way, they got to have Sami Zayn win so that he can move up to the main roster of the card. They keep Shinsuke down there. Hideo Itami comes back. You have your NXT title situation after Finn Balor drops the title to Joe. Because Balor would move up as well, along with Bayley to the main card. You have 3 new NXT debuts on Raw the night after Mania. Then you have Samoa Joe, Hideo Itami, and Shinsuke Nakamura down there for that NXT title. Think about that.
Though if Triple H was smart, he would keep everyone down in NXT until Vince McMahon or Kevin Dunn are out of there. Because you see what happens when the NXT guys move up.
Yeah, unfortunately. And brutally honest, I blame Vince for most of that because he's never had a fondness for guys of the indie circuit. So
anyway, we've talked about wrestling for an average, for a total length of an episode of Raw.
So 3 hours?
Yes.
Fuck. Okay, so
I say let's just skip SmackDown.
Okay, so 2 highlights of SmackDown: The Miz versus AJ. AJ knocked out The Miz's teeth, which got repaired in the next Monday night on Raw. AJ Styles won that match. He beat him with a calf crusher, which is a really good submission move. Next week after that, AJ Styles versus Chris Jericho. They shouldn't have put Jericho over on a young talent.
Oh God, no. But I would say
they're building for AJ versus Jericho at Fastlane. So
I would say another highlight was AJ and Chris Jericho versus the Social Outcast.
Yeah, that was a pretty good match too. I mean, but I don't think because the highlight matches for the week for me were Galloway Angle 2, the last Luchador standing match in Lucha Underground, Phoenix versus King Cuerno, and then AJ versus Jericho. Regardless or not of whether Jericho won and shouldn't have, that was a fucking fantastic match. And one of the reasons why, Mauro Ranallo's commentary was god tier in that match. He buried those other 2 chumps on commentary the entire match.
I would say for me the highlights are Jade versus Madison Rayne, because I'm a huge fan of Jade. And it was just a pretty good match. Bayley versus Carmella, besides for the finish. And then Galloway versus Angle, of course. And that's pretty much the only 3 I can think of that I actually watched.
Yeah.
But anyway, shall we get a quick going through the news?
Okay, quick news.
Right. I mean, obviously we'll talk about everything you had planned, but I guess now at a more accelerated pace.
Okay, so the news. Very first news. Big news coming from This of America. The Love Live dubcast has finally been announced.
Boo on them for not making Erica Mendez Katori. That's my only complaint.
So, of course, it was announced this past week. Everybody started coming out. It's the Love Live dubcast is out, and we have a handful. We have some sort of newish talents, but we also have we have pretty much some sort of newish talents, but we have a little bit of more recent talent as well.
We have experience in there.
Yeah. We have Marie Harrington as Honoka. We have Christina V as Katori. Kira Buckland as Umi.
Yes.
We have Caitlin Glass as Maki. We have Faye Mata as Rin. We have Xanth Hyun. I'm sorry if I butchered that name. Hanayo as Hanayo. We have Erica Mendez as Nico, which I've heard which everybody was super happy about because her kind of voice pattern worked really well for Nico. Would work really well for Nico. Erica Lindbeck as Ellie, and Laura Post as Nozomi. But wait, there's more. Let me go to my likes here. So we have Katori's mom is Karen Strassman. We have Yuki Ho, Harnika's little sister, Christine Marie Cabanos. We have Elisa, Ellie's little sister, Brianna Knickerbocker. We have it's like the three girls. There's like three like random girls that they're always around in school. They're just kind of like backgroundish characters who are played by Mayla Lee, Natalie Hoover, and Ryan Bartley.
Wait, Mila Lee's in it?
Yeah, she plays like one of the three girls that like the background characters
Yeah.
in the school.
Okay.
We have Julie Ann Taylor as Honika's mom and Kotaro Yazawa, which I believe is Nico's mom. We have Cassandra Lee Morris as Tsubasa. We have Corina Boteger as Anju from these are all A-Rise as well. And we have Erica Harlacher as Irina. So all three Ericas are in Love Live, which
Again.
means the universe will probably collapse in on itself at some point. We have Stephanie Shea, who plays Kokoro Yazawa, which I believe is Nico's little sister or brother, one of the two. And then we have Janice Roman Roku, who plays Koko Yazawa, who is the opposite of the other one. It's actually the dub is actually directed by Tony Oliver, and he's pretty good at what he does. So Love Live dub is out. Yay! Can't wait till they put it out because I will pre-order it and I will.
Well, for people that already bought
just for the dub.
For people that already bought season one, they should only have to either pay very little or get it for free.
Nah, I'd be willing to pay because I'm just gonna because what they're doing is that they're putting a special edition out for the dub for season one, like the original version had, like the premium edition, but they're also putting out a regular just Blu-ray version of it. So, I would bet if you've already bought like the premium edition of season one that only has the Japanese audio, just buy the regular Blu-ray edition because that should be no more than $60 at best. A 33.33% chance that's best.
But anyway.
But of course, another thing that got announced, Manga UK, the main proprietor of anime in the UK. I touched on this earlier when we were talking about Aniplex briefly. Manga Entertainment, I should say, Manga Entertainment UK. They announced that World Conquest Zevista would be getting both Blu-ray and DVD over in the UK. Now, for those that don't know, Aniplex only brought that over here in DVD and did not get the Blu-ray. Not too happy about that since I actually really liked that show and I was going to throw down the money for the Blu-ray, but unfortunately, Aniplex decided to make the excuse of, oh, well, we couldn't get the rights to the Blu-ray. Then how come Manga Entertainment did and put it out in the UK, Aniplex? Thank you for not doing your job.
Well, it's Aniplex. They're always doing horrible jobs at.
So, congratulations to the UK, and I hate you guys for having the Blu-ray of that now.
Whoever these guys are, these Manga Inc. guys, they better get Kanayo because I will import it from the UK.
Manga Entertainment. They're the main guys that ship the anime to the UK area pretty much. They're the ones that acquire it and then put it out pretty much. They're like fun. It's like they're like the Funimation over there. They get the anime and then they put it out pretty much.
All right, if they were to do that for Ganaiwo, I will buy it from them.
I was not happy when I read that. I was kind of mad, really. I mean, to be fair, I really wish we'd gotten the Blu-ray over here, but Unfortunately, lol Aniplex because Aniplex of America and not them not doing their business the right way. But anyway, moving on from the salt, wool is been kind of a thing going around. If you haven't noticed in your local big name Walmart store, that Walmart is actually selling manga again. For a while, they took away their manga section and decided not to sell shit. It's back again, and they're only so far they're only selling Viz based products, which is fine because Viz has a lot of good name titles. You know, like say Assassination Classroom, Food Wars, Tokyo Ghoul, things of that nature. One Punch Man. So they have a lot of good titles underneath them to sell at like places like that. But it's not only that, they're trying to actually get graphic novels as well, some comic books, like through Marvel and everything, to work with them and to put stuff out. And they say that fudge. That it's like one of the that say it's kind of like an important like it's that's very important to them that you know that the manga section kind of exists along with the graphic novel, so that way, you know, it's really helping out the store and doing everything, you know, to bring in different people, pretty much. Which is fine because I kind of figured they'd sell their manga at like the same price as say Barnes and Noble, or maybe, or just like as cover price as normal. So, but the next one, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Here it is. So the next one, it was announced recently that a specialty Pepsi drink is coming out here, or is coming out to Japan, and it actually can be pre-ordered, and so you can get it here in the States as well through JList. The world's first cherry blossom flavored Pepsi will be coming out this spring, and you're available to order it through JList, so that it will ship from there to wherever you are in the States. So that's always a good thing. Yeah, they are doing a cherry blossom flavored Pepsi, which should be each bottle is 140 yen, which is $1.20 each, which is about normal for a bottle of soda.
Probably even cheaper.
Well, actually, yeah, it is cheaper because most bottles of soda nowadays are $1.50 or $1.60. So, but I'm guessing with shipping, it'd probably be a little bit more. But yeah, it's interesting. I'd be willing to try it if they had it at some point, if they were selling it at like a convention that I was at or wherever. Like say like AX, if they had it there, I'd buy it there.
Comic-Con.
Comic-Con, yeah, wherever they sell it, I'd buy it because I'm not too keen on like because it's up for pre-order right now, but I'm not too keen on just pre-ordering it because I just want to try it. I legit would just have like I would just wait till they had it at like a convention, and then I would just buy a bottle there and try it. It's the same thing I did with Morning Rescue, and it's the same thing I did with Tentacle Grape, which both turned out to be fantastic. So I do definitely want to try it, but I am definitely not going to pre-order it. So please bring it out to one of the conventions I go to this year. I would like to try it, please. Of course, moving on from that, we heard recently that Twitch has decided to ban a certain game that everybody knows and has played.
Yandere 7.
Yep, they decided to ban Yandere Simulator for some reason from Twitch.
And here's the thing, and they didn't even tell the developer of the game why they did it.
Yeah, no, they completely didn't. And I wonder why, because Sure, the game's violent. Sure, the game has blood in it. You're able to kill people in it. But okay, so you're able to kill people in Call of Duty. You're able to kill people in RPGs. But there's nudity in some RPGs, like The Witcher. You can punch people into freaking pieces in Fallout 4. So why are these allowed on Twitch? Is it because it's an indie game? Is that why it's not allowed on Twitch?
It's because it's Twitch and it's their rules and they're the popular site.
Yeah, they're the popular site because people pay them because, they have people like Casey Tron and, other people that, are popular streamers. I'm because nobody knows Hitbox exists yet because they think Twitch is the be all end all for stream. So anyway, I don't agree with them banning Yandere Simulator like that and not telling the person. Legit, if Twitch keeps banning games like that, they're gonna lose a huge portion of their fan base. I mean, I can understand Honey Pop, but this is a little bit much. I mean, you're literally banning a game that's called Yandere Simulator. Did they not look up what the definition of Yandere was before they banned that game? It's super annoying that they're getting away with something like this, and it's dumb. The people who create Yandere Simulator deserve better. It's a really fun game from what I've seen, and it got a lot of attention from a lot of popular YouTubers. But basically, Twitch wanted to be assholes and say fuck it. So yeah, which is why I never watch a Twitch live stream for the one Twitch streamer that I actually watch. I always wait for YouTube. So moving on. Again, we're back to the same old song and dance with Nintendo. Recently, Fire Emblem Fates came out, and there's been a huge amount of problems with this damn game. We learned that both versions of the game that came out, have no Japanese audio in them at all, completely, and that Nintendo took them out. Even though Fire Emblem Awakening had the option to put Japanese audio on. I ask why.
No idea.
And there's parts in the game to where there was parts to where the characters were singing and they just changed it into some like awkward grunting sounds and things of that nature. And I'm not gonna lie, I've seen the stuff going around from the game. Nintendo completely, you guys fucked yourselves of this game.
Here's the excuse they're going to give for why they didn't put Japanese in it. Or reverse importing.
And literally, they have fucked themselves on this game because they've completely shattered this game in a whole. The character interactions have gone from bad to worse. One example I can give is that I've seen is that there's a moment in the game to where you will fall in love with like this dragon girl, and in the Japanese version, it clearly states, "I'm so happy that you're the one I love. I'm so extremely happy." In the fucking English version, it says rah 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 rah. That's dragon for I love you. Thank you, Nintendo. We hate you too. You know what? You just lost my money. So screw you guys. Go buy Sony. Go support Sony. Don't support Nintendo. By the way, and speaking on that, the petting mini game is in there, but unfortunately, it's not. You can't just get to it. You have to be S rank with like the people who you want to pet, which was completely changed from the Japanese version. So Nintendo kept it in, but they still screwed us on it. So if that's the case, I can now officially say that by sometime within the week, my 3DS will be gonzo because there is no game left for me worth playing on a Nintendo 3DS. And it's sad that it has to come to this because the greedy people over at Nintendo have pretty much killed their own handheld.
Yeah.
But moving on from Nintendo's bullshit. So it got announced immediately. Deadpool came out on Thursday, did gangbusters. It's on course to hit 190 million in its first weekend, if I remember. I think something like that. That's the case.
Well, I mean, look at how long they've been hyping this movie.
Yeah. It was 190 million debut is what it is. 130 million. What am I reading? I'm dumb. Yeah, it's on par for like the first weekend to earn $130 million. That's a pretty good opening weekend for a movie like that.
Yeah.
So quite literally, and of course, literally the day after, I think it was either Friday or actually the day of the movie release, it was already confirmed that Deadpool. No, yeah, it was Friday because it was after Deadpool had been out. That it had been announced that Deadpool 2 is already greenlit and is already going to go into production at some point. Yeah, so it's literally Deadpool 2 has been confirmed. It's going to be coming out. No surprise. Super happy about that because I went and saw it the other night. It was very good. It's worth seeing again, which I plan to when I get paid again. Fantastic movie, brutally violent. I'm glad to put the R rating on there, the hard R, because there's a lot of death and a lot of violence in it. So quite literally, go see the movie, go support this movie, make this movie like number one in the box office the whole rest of this month and into next month because this movie is worth every single dime you will spend to go see it. It is damn good. Ryan Reynolds was born to play this part, and I cannot wait for the second one. So, moving on from the zaniness that is Deadpool, okay, and you might want to open your ears for this because this is something that may or may not concern a certain idol's fan base.
Yep.
So, as as we found out today, Yukari Tamura's contract with King Records is ending.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were going on with the Idolmaster stuff. I'm like, what?
No. Yukari Tamura's official fan club, Mellow Pretty, as well as her music record company, King Records, and her talent management agency, I Am Enterprise, announced on her official website on Saturday that Tamura's exclusive contract with King Records will end on March 20th. King Records added that it hoped to continue work with Tamura and her official fan club, but stated that because it wants to respect Tamura's own intentions regarding her activities going forward, the company is ending its contracts with her. The announcement added that it will provide more information about Tamura's future activities after the website reopens. Tamura's official website will undergo maintenance starting March 21st, during which the site will be inaccessible, and that the official Twitter account will be taken down of her staff and so on and so forth. and she's canceling, a concert that she was gonna do, and her radio program, and just so many different things. And
Hmm.
that the club that her fan club's ownership will change from somebody to somebody else. As of course, according to her blog, she thought that 2015 would be a year of farewells for her, and made oblique references to the beginning of the end and a slow countdown. She quoted, "Even though we're apart, it's not like we can never meet, so it's all right," but added that this was just a lie, and she concluded that I always lie to my heart. So far, we don't know if this is it for Yukari Tamura, if she's calling it quits, or if she's just moving on to greener pastures and going to another record company, or just moving on from the idol business to go do something else, to be like an actress or something of another. But that came as a shock to me when I heard that today. I was like, wow, really? That's kind of weird. That was out of the blue.
I'm honestly hoping it's just her moving to a different record company.
I mean, we never know. I mean, it's always one thing or another with idols sometimes, because you'll never know until like the last minute that, oh yeah, I'm quitting, or I can't be an idol anymore, or I just want to move on to something else. Like, it's like some idols, they move on to being actresses in TV shows or movies, or they work with their families, things of that nature that just cause them to like say, I don't want to, be an idol anymore. But it is Yukari tomorrow, so I guess we'll have to keep greener pasture, to keep kind of looking out for her, to kind of look out for like news stories to see if anything else happens when March 20th rolls around. So as of right now, it's still kind of all up in the air at the moment. So nothing too much to panic about, but it is kind of surprising that this is actually happening. But other than that, we just gotta hope for the best. Let's put it that way.
Hmm.
So moving on to our very last piece of news in our last segment, since we didn't get any emails in this week for questions. We found out recently, as of a couple weeks ago, I think, that Akihiro Ishihara, he he is the director for the Idolmaster game series, and he is leaving Bandai Namco Entertainment. So he clarified that it wasn't his resignation wasn't due to reprimand, quarrel, scandal, his dissatisfaction with the company, nor a health-related issue, but it's just something that he made himself. Is that he wants to see his ideal intellectual property, pretty much. He thanked the game series fans for their support and said he hopes that they will continue to support the series even without him. And they said that the official, like the producer for Bandai Namco, said that they have raised a number of individuals who could succeed him in directing the game. So who knows how much longer the Idolmaster games will go on for. My guess is that they will continue to go on until Idolmaster decides to say we're done. So at this point, we don't know. So again, it's another kind of up in the air kind of thing as well. So we know that the PS4 game is slated to come out for being the next Idolmaster game. So we don't know how, if that would be like the very last Idolmaster game, or if they're gonna do something, or if they're gonna do another brand of Idolmaster game, like make a Cinderella Girls game for the console, or who knows what route they'll go. It'll be interesting to see now that the main director, the guy who's done every single Idolmaster game, has left the company that he was working for to go see his intellectual property rise, I guess. It's been a weird couple of weeks for news. It's been all over the place for news. Because we had the good, we had the super bad, and then we had the I don't know. So it was kind of all over the place for news this week. The one thing that I know for sure is that everything will hopefully work out in the end for everything, and that eventually the people who made their mistakes will learn to correct their mistakes and not screw up again. So, and with that being said, and since we don't have any mailbag questions, that is the end of our show. Thank you for sticking around with us and hanging out the entire time. Of course, we went for another at least 4 hours.
4.5 hours officially.
4.5 hours. Okay. So for now, I am Pervy Fat Man. You can find me on Twitter at Pervy Fat Man.
And I am Phoenix Otaku. You can find me on Twitter at Phoenix Otaku.
So this has been another episode of the Corner of Thoughts podcast. We will see you guys in a couple more weeks for the third episode. Bye-bye.
See you.